Hello and welcome into the stream for everybody joining us on YouTube and for all of those joining us on TikTok. It is so good to have you all in here with us for the day. And now, if you've never been here before, let me quickly describe to you what we do. We debate Trump supporters. We try to change their mind. We try to get them on the right side of history because they're so obviously on the wrong side today. And in the process of trying to change the mind of whomever we're speaking to, we also try to change the mind of maybe some of the MAGA stragglers tuning into the live from their living room. Now, for everybody joining us on YouTube and TikTok, guys, make sure to say what's good down below in that chat. I always like to try to say hey to a couple people when we are starting the live stream for the day. And over on YouTube, we're speaking to, sorry, you actually just heard the YouTube stream right there. Over on YouTube, after we end the live, right, which will be around 4 hours from right now if you're viewing it live, we have thousands and thousands and thousands of people tune into the VOD. So if you're watching the VOD, if I'm not even live anymore and you're just watching the VOD, make sure to let me know down below in that comment section. That's super cool. Now, let me say hey to a couple people here. Rico, what is going on? Samantha, how are we doing? Shaylin, Isabella, the lovely Olive, Jailbreak, Sarah, Odd, welcome in everybody. It is so good to see you. Now, really quickly, before we hop into the debates, and by the way, we actually have a couple debates with some pre-picked Trump supporters lined up. Before I went live, I was scrolling through my For You page on TikTok, and I was able to find a couple MAGA Hangout lives. I requested to join, and I invited, like 4 or so people to actually come over here to sit down to have a dialogue with me. So hopefully they join. I'm looking forward to it. But before we hop into the debates, the breaking news of the day is according to MS Now? Yes, MS Now, the White House and Trump are potentially considering firing their FBI director, Kash Patel. Now, FBI directors typically serve terms of 10 years. Kash Patel is not even a year into his, and according to MS Now, the White House is considering terminating him and firing his ass. Why? Well, it's because he's made a lot of missteps over the last year. The most recent one is taking your tax dollars and spending them on a special SWAT team to protect his girlfriend. And now the leader of that SWAT team left their posts at this event where they were supposed to be protecting his girlfriend because they had determined that she was safe and that there was no potential security threat. And then according, to multiple publishers, Kash Patel then got in his face and was screaming at him, saying, "This is what I want you to do. This is what you're going to do," so on and so forth. And there was strike 3. We've had a couple other strikes. Like earlier this year, he denied that Epstein had any clients or associates. What an airhead. And at a hearing, actually screamed in the face of Cory Booker. So what a mess. What a mess. So that's the breaking news of the day. Kash Patel may be on his way out. Now, once again, for the very first 3.5 thousand people hanging out with us on TikTok, folks, make sure we're double tapping on that phone screen. For everybody that's already joined us on YouTube, make sure you're dropping a like as well. And we're going to go ahead and hop into that very first debate of the day. Let's see if anybody that I had invited to the stream has made their way here. It actually doesn't look like they have. Oh, no. All right. Let me see if I could do anything about that. I'm actually going to go ahead and forward the link to one of the people who said that they would join. Their name is Cameron. They are a 3 times they're a 3-time Trump voter, and they like to come up and have a dialogue. So let's try to get Cameron in here now. As well as Betty, thank you so much for the galaxy over on TikTok. I really appreciate you guys so much for the love. For everybody spam and unblock Anthony. Anthony broke the rules fair and square, okay? There's never been a cleaner and a more clear rule breaker, okay, multiple infractions here, than Anthony, okay? Anthony came up and trolled me, okay, like 4 times in a single day. And then I even pointed out that Anthony had rejoined the guest request, and I was like, hey, leave the guest requests. You are not a Trump supporter. And so then I removed them from the guest request. And then I was like, Anthony, if you rejoin the guest request, I'm going to ban you. So then Anthony rejoined the guest request and Anthony got banned. Maybe if there's enough public backlash, and mob rule stands, we may have to end up unblocking Anthony. But that is yet to be determined. But Like we're the dictator of the day. Dictator Dean over here, swinging down firm and hard on law and order. Okay. All right, folks. Let's go ahead and hop into those debates. I'm going to stop wasting your time. Just make sure if you do find yourself in the guest requests that you are an American, that you are an adult, and that you support Donald J. Trump as president. We invited one of the Trump supporters that I had reached out to before starting the live. It actually looks like they're in here. I'm going to go ahead and invite them up. Here we go, everybody. Actually looks like they're in here. I'm going to go ahead and invite them up. Here we go. Welcome in, Cameron. How are we doing?
I am fabulous as always. How are you doing?
Dude, honestly, I'm doing great. A little bit tired today, but we're here nonetheless. We had a little bit of an echo there, but we got that echo taken care of now. So I spoke to you for like a moment before we went live today, and you were telling us that you are a 3-time Trump voter.
Correct.
And you still support him today.
Yes, I do.
Oh boy. Okay. See, so from my perspective, I just don't understand how anyone could still support Trump as president, ranging from, all of the terrible sins that he's engaged in, his decrepit character, from the civil liability for rape to the boasting about sexual exploitation of women and girls in Miss Teen USA to Miss USA, and more, by the way. That's just an intro to the terrible policy of a redistribution of wealth from the poor to the rich, kicking 10 million people off healthcare and refusing to abide by a court order to feed 16 million starving Americans, to the dictatorial wannabe rule that we've seen with the 5 violations of the Constitution in the last 10 months, to what happened around a week ago at this point when he called to the execution of Democrats. I don't get it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass you the mic. Feel free to tell us why you support Trump. I'll go ahead and mute up, and everyone's attention is on you.
Okay. I support him for the deportations. I live in Southern California. I've lived here my entire life. It costs a lot of money. People say they're not on benefits and stuff. They 100% are. It is destroying. I mean, the taxpayer here is getting crushed by this stuff. We put them on healthcare last year, 1.6 million, and I have that straight from Gavin Newsom's webpage if you want to see it. And we are $10 billion in the hole for that, where he's borrowing money. That's going to fall back on the taxpayer. This is the kind of thing that needs to stop. I have no problem with legal immigration at all. But when we have to pay for people that never put in the system, that's an issue to me. You guys could say all these, things about, I don't know. I'm a tomboy. I hang out with men all the time. Men talk like that. It doesn't bother me. Women talk like that, the way he talked about that. And it's true. If a man is rich in this country, a lot of times women will throw themselves at him. That is 100% true. And if everybody wants to pretend it's not, that's okay. So I don't get offended easily. I work on docks with men and stuff, so I know how they behave. It's not a big deal. I mean, nobody's ever done anything to me physically or even made a suggestion, but I know how they talk in groups is what I'm saying. So I don't have a problem with it. Like I said, don't have a problem with it. I know how women talk in groups too. Been around them. They say just as horrible things, if not worse. And if women say they don't, they're lying. So when you're being recorded without your knowledge and having a private conversation, a lot of people say things that they would not say in public. Let's just put it that way. I don't know what else. I like I like him putting American citizens first. I feel like the Democrats do not do that. The only thing I ever see them doing is talking about illegal aliens, or they're talking about other countries, or they're, something. I don't see them putting the American people first. Democrat-run places are the most expensive places to live, with the most homelessness. I know, I live in one. Our gas is $5 a gallon because we have $2 gas tax put on by the Democrat-run state. Things like that. So yeah, I don't want a Democrat running the entire country, because I live in such a liberal pit of hell, basically, that no, I definitely don't want to see this happening to the entire country. At least in this case, I can move to another state, which I'm doing, to get out of it. If it's on the whole countrywide, no. Then I'm stuck.
Okay. All right. So, I mean, I listened to that all. I think I broke it down into 3 main categories. Okay. Your first argument was Trump good because deportation good, undocumented immigrants bad because they don't put it into the system and they drain resources. Then your second argument there is it doesn't really bother you how Trump talks or what he says he does, in reference to maybe some of the things that I first said about how he boasted about the sexual exploitation of women and girls. And then your third point was that Trump's put Americans first, Democrats put Americans last, and Democrat Democratic policy causes inflation and homelessness. So out of those three main arguments that you made there, do you want me to pick which one we start with, or do you want you to
You go
pick
right
which
ahead.
one? Oh, you
You
want
go
me
right
to
ahead.
pick? Okay.
You do whatever you want to do.
Absolutely fantastic. So your second point was that it doesn't bother you how Trump talks about women, and you even added on there that you think that women might talk worse. So if we would expect women to have a higher proclivity towards the acceptance and perpetuation of sexual violence, then we wouldn't see men being culpable for 92% of instances of sexual violence, including rape, so on and so forth. That's a fact, okay? So your argument there saying that women are more acceptable of it, more accepting of it, women talk about these things more, women do these things more, is just unequivocally false. Now, I think maybe we could start with the big question on top of everybody's head. Why doesn't it bother you when Donald Trump sits down across the table from Howard Stern and boasts about how he likes to sexually exploit naked women and naked girls?
Well, I heard that conversation. Anyways, it's not what he said. And have you ever been in the back of a pageant? There's a lot of people walking around back there. It's
Okay.
not like they're in little booths that nobody can see them. When you're in a pageant, they're changing your clothes and stuff. There's a ton of people back there.
Okay, but you know who's not back there, according to Trump? Other men. It's because it's a private woman's only space.
I've seen men back there.
Okay,
I've
well,
seen that in the back of modeling things
according
and all kinds of stuff.
so according to the conversation that Trump had with Howard Stern, he said there was a private woman's only space. Men weren't allowed back there, and he allowed himself in by abusing his position of power as the owner of the pageant. He explicitly said that when you do this, there's no men around.
Okay, well, I'd have to listen to that again because that's not true. Because I've seen it myself. I've watched pageants in the back, and they have tons of people back there changing them, doing all kinds of stuff. They're running back there. They're pulling their clothes off. They're usually in a panty and bra, and they're putting another thing on. 'Cause they
He
gotta
also
put it
said
like
he
that.
also said that they had no clothes on.
Well, I've never seen that.
Do you want to listen
So
to it
I
real
don't know if
quick?
he was lying. No, I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't know if he was lying about that or not. I've never seen him back there with no clothes on because
Well,
I've seen where
we'll-
they film back there. But
We'll listen to it real quick. We listen to this every day. So if you're a frequent viewer on YouTube, if you're a frequent viewer on TikTok, then you already know exactly what I'm about to play. We talk about this clip every single day because
let's
what it
hear it.
is an admission of guilt to sexual exploitation of women and girls by
he
the
walk
mouth
back
of the
there?
President of the United States of America. Let's go ahead and take a
he
listen.
was not president, and when
Could also-
walking back there. Okay.
Say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything
doctor.
is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
So, I mean, your first 2 points was that everybody goes back there. It's not a private woman's only space. Men are everywhere, and they have clothes on. Well, according to Trump in that clip, men were nowhere because it was a private woman's only space because they're women's dressing rooms where they had no clothes on.
Okay. Okay, but what I've seen was not that way. I would have to I'm actually going to look up myself and look into see if I can find footage of the backstage at a pageant and see what goes on there. Because I'm sure there's some that exist.
So do you think that like Donald Trump was lying about what he'd do here and the nature of it?
He might have been because he's on Howard Stern.
Oh my God.
Howard Stern. I've listened to Howard Stern for years. Okay, what he does is he gets everybody. They all joke around about it stuff. So I don't know what's serious and not because I've heard him joke around about women all the time. That's Howard Stern. That's what he does. I listened to him since I was 20 years old.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
what
but so point number one at the beginning of the clip that I just played, okay, right? Because Howard Stern is a shock jock, and they say things that they don't actually mean, right? Howard Stern actually expressly clarifies with Trump, saying,
I
"So
get it.
you have done this," and then Donald Trump is like, "Yes, this is something I will do." Okay, right? Like I hear this often, right? People will come up here, they'll tell me that the nature of the Howard Stern show is to be this like dark comedy shock jock show where they just where they shit on women and they they boast about sexual exploitation when they're not actually guilty of it. So point number one. I truly do not believe that a boastful, egotistical billionaire would ever say that they sexually exploit women when in all reality they don't. Kat, thank you for the fest party. I appreciate you so much. And on top of that, because we hear Howard Stern verbally and explicitly clarify with Trump saying, "So you have done this," and then Trump is like, "Yes, I have done this," and then he describes what is sexual exploitation, and then Separate and decoupled from this interview that we just listened to, we have the testimony of 4 beauty pageant contestants from Miss Teen USA 1997, Miss Arizona from 2001, and Miss USA beauty pageant contestants from other years as well that have all come out and said that, yeah, when I was changing, when I was naked, when I was in this private women's only space, Donald Trump did walk back there and he did look at me while I'm naked. I think it becomes clear that denying this is something Trump has done is insane. He admitted to it.
Really?
He said, I sexually exploited these women and girls. The women and girls said, he sexually exploited me. And then Howard Stern said, Trump, so you've done this? And Trump said, yes, so I've done this.
I find it odd that nobody said anything until he was running for president. Nobody. The man had money and stuff. If it was me and I had told my mother that was going on at that age, she would have sued him at the time.
What you just said is not true. The claim that you just made, quote unquote, nobody said anything until he was running for president, isn't true. Trump said this in 2005.
When did these women come out and claim that he did this?
Oh, okay. So you'd say that you would only believe the testimony of a victim, not the testimony of the not the testimony of the perpetuator. So just to clarify, you do indeed believe the 26 different women that have accused Donald Trump of raping them. And by the way, just to clarify, right, why would these women not speak up? Why would these women not launch any civil litigation against him? Why would they not come out with these claims prior to when he was running for president? Well, this question is separate and decoupled from the fact that we know that he did this since he admitted to doing it. But if you really want to know, okay, Donald Trump signed their paychecks. Donald Trump furthered their career. Donald Trump, okay, was their boss. So what kind of repercussions could it have for them if they were to speak up? That's going to be the thought going through the heads of the victims. Not to mention the fact that there is a very large, blaring sign, okay, that is implicitly understood in a private woman's only space. That is the fact that no men are allowed. So if Donald Trump, one moment. So if Donald Trump is willing to infringe on that contract, if Donald Trump is willing to ignore that that no men are allowed in this space and walk back there and look at them while they're naked, sexually exploiting them, what else would he be willing to do to them if they told him to stop? What else would he be willing to do to them if they were to speak up? Those are the thoughts that are going through the heads of the victims. But once again, I just don't want to get too distracted here. We don't need to know anything more than the fact that Donald Trump admitted to this to understand that he did it. I mean, we have a confession of guilt, and you are still somehow trying to find a way to deny it.
He looked at them. Okay. I mean, I bet you these women walk around in a bathing suit that's barely nothing on the beach. Okay. So come on now. And I don't know, when are you sitting there completely naked under a dress? I've never seen anybody completely naked under a dress. They have nothing on underneath it. Changing their underwear back there.
So did you just say okay? So I just want to clarify. So because women have the ability to wear revealing bikinis at the beach, therefore it's okay for a 60-year-old man to sexually exploit them in the furtherance of an exertion of his power and control over them by allowing himself into their private space as he's the owner of the private space to look at their naked bodies. And by the way, this conversation includes teens, minors. So what do you mean that's okay?
That's why I'm saying I don't necessarily believe all it, because if my child had come to me and said that, I could care less about her career. I could care less if I thought my daughter was violated, is what I'm telling you. I have a daughter. And if she came to me and said she was violated because a man came back there and looked at her, I would take him to court. Because if she's a minor, the parents should have done it.
So you're arguing that because there was no litigation on the matter, you don't think that we have enough evidence to believe that it occurred?
Right? Was it even filed? Did they even try to do anything? Or they're just saying it now?
So do you think the only way that we could prove things is in the court of law?
No, but I'm asking why they didn't take that.
Right, exactly. So then why didn't they take it to court? So once again, you can just believe anybody. I'll just repeat this. The question insofar as why didn't it go to court is separate and decoupled from the fact that we know that he did this, okay? I could speculate here, and I could grant you, right, many potential reasons why it never went to court, right, such as the power dynamics that Donald Trump held over the victims, like I already said, signing their checks, furthering their career, so on and so forth. Or what would this billionaire 60-year-old be willing to do? No, it's not selling your soul. It's being afraid of the repercussions, right? It's being afraid if this 60-year billionaire was willing to pop in on my dressing room unconsensually to look at me while I'm naked, what else would he be willing to do to me if I spoke up? Right? 60% of women that are raped in their life never report it to the authorities in their lifetime. So I find it insane that you're going to sit here and victim blame them for not speaking up prior to the election when we had his admission of guilt on record. And feel free to unmute. I find it impossible. I find it impossible to deny that he did this because he told you that he did it. I asked you, is the only way to prove something, right, in a court of law, and you said no. Because you can prove things outside of a court of law. And one way to prove something outside of a court of law would be listening to the person that did it admit it. Let me ask you a question. If you had a friend that was a man, and last night this friend of yours that's a man went to a party, and at this party, right, or after this party, he came back to your house and he told you that at that party he raped a woman there. So then you sought out that woman that he told you he raped and you asked her if he raped her. And she said, yeah, he raped me at this party last night. But criminal nor civil litigation never came out of it. Would you believe that he raped her?
If the guy told me he raped her, which is a completely different thing than looking at somebody, that is not even in the same ballpark.
Well, I mean, it is in the umbrella of sexual violence, but I do agree sexual exploitation in this sense is different than grape. But just to clarify, would you believe him? Would you believe that he raped her if he told you that he did?
Both of them told me that that's what they did and it was a serious thing like that, yes.
Okay, all right. So you're saying if the rapist told you that he raped the woman and the woman told you that she was raped by the rapist, that you'd believe that she was raped by the rapist. So then, therefore, when Donald Trump tells you that he sexually exploited these women and girls, and these women and girls tell you that he sexually exploited them, you're not even going to need a court case to understand that he did this for the same reasons. You didn't need a court case to understand that it was done in the hypothetical scenario that I just granted you.
Then I would also tell her that you need to take him to court so it doesn't happen to somebody else. I wouldn't tell her. So
then your current position is you believe that Donald Trump sexually exploited these women and girls, but you just think that the women and girls should have brought it to court.
No, I don't. Because
wait, why? Because he told you he did it and they told you he did it. I thought in the hypothetical that was all that you needed to understand that it happened.
What if you were in the someplace I was at and I made that claim against you? Don't you think you should be able to go to a court of law and prove you're innocent, your spot, even if you said something about something, you should be able to go and clear your name. I don't believe people.
Hey, Miles, hop in that queue. Go ahead.
I don't think anybody should be accused of anything unless it's proven. Just because somebody says something doesn't make it true. I can say anything.
Wait. You just brought up like a decent example there. So you said, right, if you made that claim about me, right, that you said I sexually exploited you in some dressing room, right? Should I have my day in court to prove my innocence? Well, yes. I would hope that every single person watching this live stream would believe in this hypothetical that I did sexually exploit you if following your testimony, I came out and admitted to it. Right? If I admitted to it, everybody should believe I did it, right?
Well,
yes, can I just get a yes or no? If I admitted to it, everybody should believe that I did it, right?
Yes, he admitted that one time he walked back there. There was no. Did he say it was at the Miss Teen one? They were talking about a different pageant. So somebody coming up from a Miss Teen one is not the same. He didn't say anything about that, as far as I heard. So
in that clip, or he didn't specify the pageant. So the reason why I say that happened to women and girls is because we have had girls from Miss Teen USA speak out and women from Miss USA speak out. Now, if you want to argue that you don't think that we have enough evidence to believe that it happened to the underage victims at Miss Teen USA, well, then are you just saying instead that he only sexually exploited the adult women?
I don't. Well, you and I think of sexually exploiting people in two different ways. If somebody looks at you and they're back there, they didn't touch you, they didn't make any perverted things that say, or they didn't say to you, "Oh, you're only going to advance if you do this and that with me." I don't consider that. It could be creepy and perverted, but is it sexual exploitation? If you look at somebody,
do you agree that sexual exploitation would include the abuse of one's position of power over the position of vulnerability of one else for the furtherance of unconsensual sexual conduct?
That's yes, if that's made clear. Looking at somebody
right. So then you just agreed that what he did to them was sexual exploitation for the reason being that he I'll tell you. So he abused his position of power there, right, as the owner of the pageant to allow himself to unconsensually barge into the space. Then he turned around and abused their position of vulnerability, right? That position was them feeling vulnerable enough to be able to take their clothes off and get naked because they thought that they were in a woman's only dressing room for the furtherance of the unconsensual sexual conduct of looking at them while they're naked, right? And we know that like looking at somebody while they're naked in this sense would be sexual conduct. I mean, think about it. When somebody watches like porn on their phone, is that sexual conduct? Yeah. Why? Because they're like looking at somebody that's naked for the furtherance of sexual gratification. Now, that is exactly what Donald Trump admitted to inside of that clip. He said that he'd look at them while they're naked and they look great. And if you want to argue here that it wasn't for the furtherance of sexual gratification, well, then it would just be for the furtherance of an exertion of power and control, and which would still fit the definition of sexual exploitation.
No, it doesn't, because it's sexual. Like, this is my thought on what sexual exploitation is. When you tell somebody you're not going to get a raise, you're not going to be promoted, you're not going to do this or that unless you do this or that with me. like I said, looking at somebody.
Wouldn't this
it
just
might
be?
creepy.
Wouldn't this just be like another example of sexual exploitation, right? Because we define
No,
sexual
because he's-
exploitation to include the abuse of a position of power over the position
How
of vulnerability for the furtherance of unconsensual conduct.
I don't know how
So,
he
like
mean
in the
that.
same way, what Donald Trump did to these women and girls would be sexual exploitation. So would what you just described. Now, let me actually ask you a question about that, because where we're caught up here, our disagreement is on is looking at somebody while they're naked, right? Like satisfy that condition of like sexual conduct. Now, in that hypothetical that you just gave, a boss is hanging a promotion over the head of one of their female employees, and he's saying that he won't give this promotion to them unless they engage in the sexual action with them. So what if that boss said, I'm not going to give you this promotion unless you take all of your clothes off right now and let me look at your naked body? Would that be sexual exploitation?
Yes, if he specifically said that to them, yes.
Okay, so then we agree that looking at somebody's naked body would fit, right, the threshold to be considered sexual conduct. So when you're arguing that the only reason, one moment, when you're arguing that the reason why what Trump did to these women and girls was not sexual exploitation is because he didn't touch them, but rather just looked at their naked body, you are now folding on that and agreeing that, yes,
No, I'm not.
looking at somebody's naked body is sexual conduct.
No, I'm not.
That's what you just
with
did.
the caveat, if you walk in there and you look at the girl, and the girl said, "What if the girl said, don't look at me," and he said, "Oh, I'm gonna look at you, or else you're out of here." Yes, that would be sexual exploitation.
Okay, guess
that didn't
what?
happen.
Guess what? That quote unquote "don't look at me" is the implicit social understanding, right, towards men in private women's only spaces. Okay, that
so-
quote no, one moment. That quote unquote "don't look at me," that quote unquote "you can't come in here," quote unquote "no, get away," right, is like why it's a private women's only space. This is why if like a man were to follow your daughter into a public restroom, that you would turn around and call the cops on him because he violated that
address.
implicit social contract, right? No. You wouldn't call the cops on them even if it was a trans woman, which I know is what you're getting at here. Because according to your logic, if it's okay for Trump to walk into these spaces, then why wouldn't it be okay for trans women, right? So don't try to make that point. It always just ends up backfiring, all right? But I do typically know that's when Republicans lose the debate on this subject, is when they try to pivot to trans women. But just to repeat what I'm saying here, right? You said that it would be sexual exploitation if the women and girls in this space told him, no, you can't look at me. Well, that is the
Yes.
social understanding, right, of private women's only spaces. That's why men can't go into women's restrooms. That's why men can't go into private women's only spaces, is because of that social understanding that, no, you're not allowed in here.
And you know that for a fact, that when you're in one of these pageants, that is posted and that is known. Because I'm going to look into this. I'm going to look into this about pageant rules and stuff myself after we get off of here, and see what the protocol is, if that is a known fact or what. Because you're assuming it is because people tell you that. I don't know that it is. So I will look into it.
So this isn't an assumption. This is, once again, a social understanding. A private women's dressing room at a gym, right, is for women only. I don't need to assume that men can't go in there. A private women's only restroom in a Walmart is for women only. I don't need to assume that men can't go in there. The private woman's dressing room at a beauty pageant is for women only. I don't need to assume that men can't go in there. And by the way, right, even in this clip that we just listened to of Donald Trump boasting about this to Howard Stern, he said that there is no men in there. So if this was a space that wasn't only for women, then why would he say there's no men in there? If this was a space that wasn't only for women and men could go in and out, then why would he say the only reason why he was able to go in was by allowing himself in, since he's the owner? He should be able to go in even if he's not the owner if men were allowed in there.
You've given me something to research, because I love this, because when I love to debate people, but I didn't look into the nitty gritty of this, but I will, in case this comes up again, and find out exactly what protocol is on these kind of things. He's the owner of the pageant. So as far as I'm concerned, usually you should expect that. And from another thing I heard was that they were told he was coming in. Now, again, I need to research that, because I've just heard that on stuff, and I want to know exactly who said it, if it's true or not. I'm not saying that's what was told, but I have heard that, and I'm not going to die on that hill because I don't know.
Right.
That's just something I heard. So I'm actually going to look into it.
Okay,
Because
well, so just to respond to the first point that you made there, you said that he was the owner, so maybe he has the ability to do that. Well, he's the owner of the building. He's not the owner of their bodies, okay? Right? And that doesn't give him the right to do it just because he's the owner of the building. Like for instance, I've filmed in documentaries before. I've filmed, right, in like YouTube debate shows before, like on Jubilee, right? So like, for instance, when I was like filming at Jubilee, that would have given like the owner of Jubilee to like unlock the bathroom door while I was in there taking a piss to look at my penis, right?
Well, no, that's
Exactly, right? So
you're in
him
the
being the
bathroom,
owner doesn't really excuse any unconsensual sexual conduct that he directed towards the beauty pageant contestants.
Yeah, like I said, and this goes to on what you, okay, again, I need to look at I do not have enough information to actually tell you what the exact protocol of the pageants are, because I'm going to look into that, to what is normally accepted or whatever, or what do they do, or do they have certain protocol? Is that actually a woman's dressing room, or is it just backstage, like a big open backstage? That's what I want to know. Because if it's just a big open backstage, which I've seen in a lot of like fashion shows and stuff, then it's not technically a woman's dressing room. I would like to know that.
Okay. Okay. Well, feel free to do your research on that. But if it was a big
Yeah.
open space, Trump wouldn't have said that there's no men around, and he wouldn't have said the only reason why he's allowed to go in is because he's the owner.
He sounds like he's being braggadocious and playing on with Howard Stern is saying, which they do a lot. That's again, I've listened to that.
Can I give you a challenge? You just said he's being braggadocious. Can you give me another example of a billionaire, egotistical, braggadocious man saying that he's like committed sexual exploitation against women and girls when in all reality he didn't?
I don't know if they did or not. Again,
Right. Like egotistical billionaire braggadocious men don't typically say that they've perpetuated sexual violence when in all reality they haven't.
Well, I've heard people that weren't not billionaires say stuff that wasn't true because they act like they get all these women.
I've heard that. I've heard that too, right? Like I hear that a lot, right? It's like, oh, a man will like lie and say that he's like slept with this woman that like his friends may think are attractive or has a high social status when in all reality he hasn't. But like usually the way we see that is like, oh, I consensually slept with her. Like, oh, like she wanted to sleep with me, you know? Like, oh, this is something we not like, oh, I raped her. Like I've truly never heard, right? Like a billionaire braggadocious, egotistical, pompous asshole say like I've committed sexual violence when in all reality I haven't.
Yeah,
Especially like on like public TV, like on the Howard Stern radio show. Like I feel like that's just like such an insane position to hold to.
I'm almost tempted to go through a bunch of Howard Stern's old things and put the ones where he has movie stars and whatnot in there and see exactly what they said, because I'm pretty sure I've heard kind of stuff like that, but I couldn't tell you who it was because I used to listen to him every day when I was younger. And I heard some really wild stuff on there before with people that were in there, but I couldn't point one out right now. But I'm almost tempted to do it because just to make a point that I've heard it, because I'm not going to say I did because I can't prove it at this point, but I'd love to be able to.
Okay. Well, I mean, I really hope at one point or another you kind of come to your senses, right? Because, like, listen, in all reality, this one is very simple. Donald Trump says he's done this. The victim says he's done it. We should believe that he did it. Like, I feel like you're overcomplicating something that is not too complicated. Now, would you also like to talk about the other points that you made insofar as why you support Trump? Because we could go over all of them.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Whatever you want to do. I mean, it's your show, and I appreciate you having me up here, and I appreciate the debate. I do like to debate, and we can agree to disagree, and that's cool. I don't dislike you. I've watched you before.
Well, see, from my perspective, it's not really like agreeing to disagree, right? Like the denial of sexual violence isn't something that I could agree to disagree on. It's just something that I could say, like, I really hope you come to your senses on this matter, but let's also make sure that we discuss the other reasons why you support Trump to see if there's any other way I could get you out of the cult in all reality. So one of the first points that you brought up there, right? Before you brought up that it doesn't bother you how Trump talks about women or what he does to them. Oh my God, right? Was that undocumented immigrants don't quote unquote put into the system. That's something that you said that I wrote down in quotation marks. So yes, undocumented immigrants do put into the system according to the IRS. They pay over $100 billion per year in taxes on the federal, state, and local level. And according to the the American Immigration Council, there we go. They input $1.1 through $1.7 trillion to the American GDP per year because they account for 8.4 million of our laborers and 11 million of our consumers. In fact, they're more likely to actively participate in the labor force compared to citizens.
Okay. And at the same exact site that you got that from, they take $150 billion in service in different programs. So they are a net loss every year. So that's the exact site I've been on. So that's good that you mentioned it.
So that's actually not what the American Immigration Council reports. You're talking about Fred.
That's exactly what I have on there, and I'm trying to find my.
Your source is Fred. Wait, no, not Fred.
It's the same
source. It starts
source.
with an F.
No, it's the same source.
Okay.
That's why I'm trying to find my paper.
Please show me the reporting from the American Immigration Council that tells us that their net fiscal drain of $50 billion per year as we spend $150 billion on
you because I have it on a tablet, which I'm trying to find right now too. I didn't know I was going to be on your show until this morning, not that long ago, or else I would have had this stuff all together. So I do have it.
Can I tell you the issue with that though? Saying that undocumented immigrants drain $150 billion per year.
Yep. What is it?
It's because all of the sources that report that finding, most notably the Heritage Foundation, will include the expenditure on the citizen children of undocumented immigrants. Like, what is expense to the citizen children since they're born here? They have birthright citizenship for their schooling in K through 12. Right? Now, the reason why that's incredibly flawed, right, and bad to include, right, in this picture of what is the total expenditure on undocumented immigrants every single year in America is because you are literally reclassifying citizens as undocumented immigrants. You can't do that.
No, I'm not saying they did, and I don't think that that's how they do it. But I can tell you, living in the state of California my entire life, born and raised, I know exactly what goes on as far as how they get on the system and be on WIC and all this other stuff.
So you're right. So there's some state benefits, like in California, there's Medi-Cal, and Colorado, there's limited access to food stamps. But only 10 of our 50 states give limited social safety nets to undocumented immigrants, and undocumented immigrants can't get any social safety nets from the federal level. Right? So I feel like positing that they're a total fiscal net drain when they could get limited benefits from 10 out of our 50 states and no benefits from the federal government, while they're still required to pay taxes when they work, and they're more likely to work than citizens, and they're less likely, right, to commit any and all crimes, right, like identity.
That's not true either. Look up to California. California does not report any crimes that are done by illegals, and you can look that up yourself. They do not report it anywhere. If you look up just how many crimes do illegals commit in California, it'll say they don't know because they do not report it. So we are skewed completely on that because this state does not report it.
Okay, well, according to PNAS, undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes, 3 times less likely to commit property crimes, and 3.5 times less likely to commit petty crimes.
California doesn't report it. So
Okay.
You're missing the biggest state with immigrants in it, California, that does not report. They do not ask legal status. They do not report it. If you don't believe me, look it up afterwards. They do not report it at all.
I would really appreciate you to provide a source on that claim.
Well, all you have to do is go on. I'm trying to find the exact. I have this all in pages. I have to organize it. Like I said, I didn't know I was going to be on your show, or else I would have done that. But no, I know that they do not. Then if you go to how many are in the jails, they say, well, there's a large majority in the jails in California, but they do not report it. I'm telling you. Ask them how many. If they say they don't report it, obviously they're not. California doesn't report a lot of things. Because if they're not showing one here, obviously that's not true. So how many do they commit in this state?
Okay, so I just looked it up. I'm still not finding anything to indicate that California does not report crime rates amongst undocumented immigrants.
How many do they report? How many do they commit then?
Well, so now you're asking me, right, to prove a negative, right, to try to disprove. One moment, to try to refute your claim by providing you evidence of the opposite.
But they
right?
report
So
it.
I listen. I'm willing to go as far as to try to find a source for the claim that you're making, but I'm not willing to go as far as to try to find a source to refute the claim that you're making when you can't provide any evidence for it on your own.
What is the percentage then? You should be able to find a percentage from California. It should be something.
Once again, what you're asking me to do is to try to find evidence that you're wrong instead of providing evidence that you're right. That's just simply not the way debates work. So inside of a debate, when you make a claim, you have to provide evidence for it, and we cannot treat your claim as true if like the person that you're debating can't provide evidence that you're wrong. Like for instance, I'll give you an example. If I were to say that you shouldn't support Trump as president because last night he raped a 12-year-old, and then you were to turn around and say, Dean, what's your source? And then I'm like, well, I actually don't have a source, but unless you could refute it, we should treat it as true. That obviously be bad faith debate tactic. So in other words, right, I'm going to refuse to engage in the bad faith debate tactic that you're implying here of trying to get me to provide evidence that you're wrong instead of you providing evidence to demonstrate that you are right.
If I keep up, I'll knock off because I have a tablet. I was putting all this on.
How about this? Can we just assume that you're right and then I could refute you?
I'm saying if there should be a number of how many crimes are committed in this state by illegals, and if you can't tell me what that is, then obviously they're not reporting it. They can't be zero.
One second. I'm just going to assume that you're right and still refute you. So even though you cannot provide any evidence for your claim, if your claim were to be right, that there are no crimes reported committed by undocumented immigrants inside of the state of California, well, we could still assume that undocumented immigrants are significantly less likely to commit crimes when compared to citizens, considering the fact that when all other states report crimes, the other 49, right, we see a consistent trend of undocumented immigrants being significantly less likely to perpetuate said crime compared to citizens. So why would that trend switch up in California?
See, I don't know. Where's your source on that they commit legislative crimes in all these other states like Texas? Because I've gotten
PNAS. PNAS. PNAS has been reporting since the 19th century, right, that undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes, 3 times less likely to commit property crimes, and 3.5 times less likely to commit petty crimes. Now, once again, we are still waiting on your source to demonstrate that California doesn't report crimes for undocumented immigrants. By the way, I'd assume that's illegal. I'd assume that that's illegal. I don't think that California.
No, it's not.
Wait, it's not illegal for states to just refuse to report crimes?
There's a federal law saying you have to report how many crimes the illegals commit. There's a federal law that says that.
Oh, well, if they're not saying that they were committed by an undocumented immigrant, then you're positing that they'd lie and say that they're committed by a citizen?
They're not reporting how many. They are not allowed to ask your legal status when you are arrested.
According to what law? What?
According to California.
So what California statute?
It's on Governor Newsom's webpage, and it says it all over the place.
I just don't possibly see how that would be true.
I do.
I just don't possibly see how that would be true.
What would compel them to do it unless it was federally compelled? Why would they even do it? Because they want them here, so of course they're not going to talk about it. Why would they do that if they're not forced to?
Oh, wait, so now you're changing the goalposts. You're arguing, right, that they had state law that does not allow law enforcement agencies to collect status of citizenship or existence as being an undocumented immigrant in America, right, when arresting and charging somebody with a crime, right? Now you're shifting the goalposts to argue, then why would they do it if they're not forced to?
I can't teacup, it's on my phone because I couldn't find my computer. I have it on a tablet, and I can't find it on the tablet right now because I put it somewhere, of course. But I do have it on this phone. But if I teacup, I'm gonna fall off because this stuff I have all screenshot because I know people are gonna ask. But so I'm gonna send it to you after this.
Okay.
I will send it to you and your things, and you can see where my sources are, and you can debate. Yeah. You can just my sources all you want, but I will send it to you because I do have it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well. Do you have any other reasons why you support Trump? Maybe ones that you have evidence for, or should I try to give you an argument, right, that you shouldn't support Trump for this?
When I send this stuff to you, then you can tell them that I did, okay? Because I will.
Okay. Can I ask you a question?
And because I live in a Democrat-run state, that's a nightmare. I don't want Democrats running the country. That's the other reason. Okay, well, I mean,
you're like talking about inflation. So we know of like Kamala Harris.
I'm not talking about inflation. I'm talking about $2 a gallon gas tax. I'm talking stuff like that. Our gas is $5 a gallon because of $2 in-state gas tax.
Okay? Well, the only issue on this is the Democrat that ran against Trump in the last general election, Kamala Harris, didn't run on a gas tax for the whole country.
I don't care. That's how they do things. Look at every Democrat-run state is more expensive to live in.
So that's because there's more people in Democrat-run states, right?
That's not why. They charge us more.
Yes, it is. No. Think about this.
Why are they charging us $2 a gallon gas tax?
The reason why the prices for almost any and all goods are higher in like LA County compared to other places in America is because the population density of LA County is, right, almost higher than the population density of anywhere else in America, right? So one moment, just do give me a second. Just do give me a second. So we would actually expect that to be true, given the fact that there's a significantly higher level of demand. It's just supply and demand. With a higher demand, with a consistent supply, we'd expect a higher equilibrium price. Right. And on top of that, like, once again, because the theme that we're discussing here is inflation, we know that if Kamala Harris had won the presidency, there'd be a lower level of inflation right now.
No, we don't know that.
We do. I can tell you how. So point
that?
number one is because Donald Trump's policy is directly inflationary, such as his tariffs. I mean, he's literally removing his tariffs on beef and coffee right now. Just let me finish speaking right now. To try to bring down prices, which means that even the Trump administration acknowledges that his tariffs bring prices up. And then secondarily, more expenditure means more money printing. Larger money supply means lower value of each individual unit of the dollar. And because Donald Trump's policy is some of the most expensive we've ever seen in this country's history, with a big beautiful bill alone costing us $4.5 trillion over the course of the next 10 years, we know his policy will not only have a significant impact on increasing our debt and deficit, but also on increasing the M2 money supply.
Okay, so the whole thing with bringing prices down, you have to set things up, which he's been doing. He's getting business to come back here. Also, he had to get the gas prices down, which has gone down. And not in this state, but in other states. I know people that are paying $2 something a gallon, okay? and I talk to them on a daily basis where they live in Texas, other places. It's only expensive here. Also, California's going to have 2 oil refineries closed. And when it does, the gas is going to go up even higher here because of taxes and regulations. They're leaving. Okay.
Well,
and
just keep in mind. So we're not here to talk about like Gavin Newsom's
I understand
policy,
that, but I'm
instance.
just talking to you about
Right,
Democrat-run places.
Well, so like once again, you're just saying, well, Democrat-run places. So like very specifically,
Tell me
right?
what's
Like
good.
what policy of the Democrats is implemented in California that makes California so shit that you think Kamala Harris ran on in the last general?
That's how they run things. They every time they run.
So like specifically, like
tax
what
you more.
policy?
They tax you. They tax you more. Always for social programs and things. They tax you.
Oh, okay.
More.
Well, I mean, it was Kamala Harris that ran on tax cuts for 121 million American workers in the low and the middle class, including an increase in the child
Why
tax
didn't
credit.
she do it? Why didn't she talk about that with Biden?
Okay. What's that?
Why didn't she talk to Biden about that? She thought that was such a great idea.
Well, this is now what I'd like to call a paradox. A presidential candidate will never run on something that they've already done. So right now, right, what you interrupted me to say there is, well, why didn't Kamala Harris implement the policy that she ran on when she was serving as Biden's vice president? Well, it's because if she did, then she wouldn't have been able to run on it. Every single time we have somebody running for the office of the presidency in the United States of America, they are always going to be running on the policy that they will implement if they win the office of the presidency. They're never going to run on policy that they already implemented. Like, so for instance, if like her and Biden had already implemented these significant increases in the child tax credit, then she no longer would have ran on the significant increases in the child tax credit and then would have replaced it with another new policy. So I just find the question, why didn't Kamala Harris implement the policy that she ran on when she was serving as VP under Biden, incredibly redundant and paradoxical by nature?
And because she said it, that means she was going to do it?
Well, I think if we have anybody to trust, it would have been her compared to the guy that told the largest lie that any sitting president has ever told with the denial of the outcome of the 2020 election, alongside 30,000 confirmed and documented lies in his first 4 years alone. Yeah.
Oh, documented by who? Left-leaning places? I mean, come on. I can say you're lying right now and document it as a lie.
I mean, when he says he like won the 2020 election, right? It's not going to be like a partisan spin to say that he's lying. Like,
Okay, I disagree with you on that. But let's say, what are the lies that are confirmed lies that you're going to talk about?
For sure.
That's
for sure. You said that he was the man of the year in Michigan 23 years back. That's another lie.
Okay, we got 2.
Wait, he said, do you want me to continue to go through them?
It should be just, you should be able to rattle them off since there's so many.
For sure. Give me 1 second.
And Biden never lied about nothing at all. Neither did Kamala. Okay.
Here we go.
All politicians lie.
So see, my claim is that Donald Trump has lied significantly more.
Yeah, that's not true.
Okay, well,
I'm a lot older than you, sir, and I have seen a lot of politicians.
So how about this? What do you just like a link to the database?
Sure, send that to me because, like I said, and I'd like to know who's writing down that these are lies. I bet you it's a left-leaning place. I bet you it is.
So it's actually the Washington Post, owned by the Murdoch family, that also runs Fox News.
Yeah, and you think Fox News isn't left-leaning? Please, I don't watch that.
What?
That's garbage.
You think that Fox News is left-leaning?
I don't think that they're a good news organization.
Wait. But do you think that Fox News is left-leaning?
I think almost every news organization is. I think that they're.
But like Fox News, right, had to pay out $1 billion and had to reclassify themselves as an entertainment agency compared to a news agency because they were like Donald Trump's ride or die in perpetuating misinformation about the 2020 election.
Like the rest of the news agencies haven't had to pay out lots of money for lies. I mean, they all have.
Okay, but like the reason why Fox News had to pay out $1 billion was because of the big lie that stemmed from Donald Trump. I mean, Donald Trump has even said that Fox News is his favorite, right, like news agency.
Okay, so, and because he's the one that's like semi-normal, but the rest of it, I don't watch them. I don't watch them because I don't trust any news organizations on television. They all are biased in some way. Where do you
get your news from?
I independently search things and look at several different, and I even a lot of times search it on left-leaning things too, so I can have it and show people because.
So let me get this straight. So you think that Trump is like more reliable than like any news agency ever?
No, I didn't say anybody's more reliable than any news agency.
You said that Donald Trump wasn't a big liar. I mean, he lies all the time, dude.
No, I said
like his most recent, like, can I tell you like Trump's most recent lie?
Yes, please do.
Yeah, he's been lying about the cost of Thanksgiving. So he came out with, Walmart releasing their quote unquote Thanksgiving meal that is just at the end of the day a collection of the items that they sell in the grocery stores. And it costs 25% less this year compared to what it did last year. But if you read the corporate reports that he is referencing when he makes the claim that he's been able to bring down the price of Thanksgiving by 25%, right? They explicitly state that the reason the price is down is because it includes 5 less items this year than it did last year. And even on their corporate report, they include the price of a pound the price of a pound of turkey next to the turkey they're selling, and the turkey actually costs more per pound this year than it did last year. But yet he's like lying, and he's saying that no, inflation is down and the price of these things are down, right? When the own corporate reports from Walmart that he's sourcing completely contradict and prove him wrong. Like, he was even asked about this by an NBC News reporter in the Oval Office. The NBC News reporter was like, hey, you understand that the individual price of these goods are not actually down 25%, and the only reason why the meal as a whole is down is because it includes 5 to 7 less items, right? He then just said, no, fake news, NBC, you suck. It's a big lie.
So what did he made up a list of food, or did he just read off of what Walmart put as some kind of thing? I mean, what are you talking about? Did he make up a list of food and say it was less expensive?
So Walmart, every year Walmart comes out with the official Thanksgiving meal
he was
list.
supposed to know that they put less items than last year on that list.
Yes.
He was supposed to just know that?
Yes.
Okay. I guess if you wanna call it-
I'd say, and he does know that because an NBC News reporter told him that.
Before he said anything?
Oh, no, so
after?
after he originally made the claim, an NBC News reporter told him, but by the way, the place where his claim stems from is from the corporate report that it also tells him. But even after that NBC News reporter told him, he continued to repeat the lie. So being as bowing the knee to Trump over here as possible, we could say with certainty that it became a lie the moment he continued to repeat it after he certainly had this knowledge, which is when the NBC News reporter gave it to him.
I look more at lies like the border's secure and it's not. That's the kind of lies that bother me. Not about whether or not Thanksgiving dinner is 25% cheaper.
Oh, okay. So now you're just saying that the lie doesn't bother you.
No, I'm just saying if I assume that, because I would assume this, if somebody hands me something that says it's 25% cheaper and I didn't have anything to do with it, I would not know that they took out 7 items from last year.
Dude,
okay,
I'm so sorry. I'm one 21-year-old man, and I looked up the Walmart corporate press release going over their Thanksgiving meal this year. It took me less than 30 seconds in the reading comprehension of a 5th grader to understand that this is true.
You're as busy as the president. You think he's got time to look at these things?
So you definitely know who does have the time. I don't know, maybe his billion advisors? Maybe his press secretary. And yes, even Donald Trump, right, the busy man he is, spending, right, every other day golfing, right, could definitely take 30 seconds to read the report that he's parroting, yes.
So you don't like the mineral deals he made in other places? You don't like any of that? All that sucks too?
Oh yeah, the mineral deal that he struck in the Congo absolutely sucks. Terrible. It's a 0 out of 10.
Not the Congo. I'm talking about the one in Australia, the one in Malaysia.
Okay. Well, I mean, it kind of seems like you're pivoting.
Those all suck too?
It just kind of seems like you're pivoting a little bit. I don't know.
I'm not.
Crazy.
I'm just asking you if there's anything that you like that he does, because we can go on and on. I'm sure there's a lot of things you don't like. But there's nothing that you like.
Okay, well, maybe one thing that I liked was Operation Warp Speed. Now, let me ask you a question. Biden was...
I did not like.
Of course. So Biden was bad, right?
No, I just didn't think I didn't like his policies. I'm not going on a personal attack on him. I don't like his policies. So there's that. Yeah.
So if Biden called for the execution of Republicans, literally, called for the execution. If Biden did this, would you say any reasonable American would stop supporting him as president?
No, that's not what he did, though.
Oh, I know Biden didn't do this. It's hypothetical.
No, I'm not talking about that. What Trump did was he put up
We'll get around. We'll get around to Trump. Just first, follow my dialogue tree here. If Biden literally called for the execution of Republicans, would any reasonable American stop supporting him as president?
I think he did when he said the problem with the United States is MAGA.
I mean, I say that a lot. I don't think that's me calling for the execution.
Or calling our side.
But could you Biden never did. Biden never did that. But can you answer my question? If he called for the execution of Republicans, right, would any reasonable American stop supporting him?
I think he did when he said the problem with the United States is MAGA.
But can you answer my question? If he called for the execution of Republicans, right, would any reasonable American stop supporting him?
Yes, if that's actually what he did, which I know what he did, so I don't believe that's what he did.
Okay.
So
if Biden called for the execution of Republicans, you do think that any reasonable American would stop supporting him. Therefore, if Trump called for the execution of Democrats, any reasonable American would stop supporting Trump. Do you consider yourself to be a reasonable American?
yes, I do. And I know exactly what he did, and I don't agree that's what he did. So there we go.
So now we finally get to debate it. I think that Donald Trump absolutely called for the execution of Democrats. He quote tweeted in an article talking about Democrats urging our military to not abide by any unlawful order that he can make. And then he was like, this is seditious behavior. Seditious behavior is punishable by death. And then he reposted a post saying to hang them.
If that's what you believe they did. If you believe they committed a seditious act, which he's asking, basically putting that out there, that is the punishment for it. Then to me, that means you should make up your own mind about it. And I do think that what they did was wrong. You should never tell them. They are explicitly told that the rules and stuff when they join the military. He doesn't need to remind them. And the only reason they did that is because they're pretending like Donald Trump's doing something illegal, which he's not.
So just not to get like too far away from the point, are you basically saying that like he did call for the execution, but that would be the fair punishment for the crime you think they're guilty of?
No, he's just putting out what would be the fair crime. To me, it looks like he's
so then why did
like,
so then why did he repost the tweet that said quote unquote hang them?
I don't know. Why don't you ask him?
Well, I mean, I think it's because he wants them to be hung.
Hang them. He just put hang them.
Yeah, hang them in reference to the Democrats.
How was it referenced? Did he put in reference to them, or was it just
how
saying
about I just show you? The president of the United States of America, Donald Trump, is now demanding the execution, more specifically the hanging, of any Democrat urging our military to ignore any unlawful order given to them by him. I can't believe that this is a real video. I never thought I would be reporting this headline in my life. And just to clarify, you heard me right. If you want members of our military to honor their oath and uphold the Constitution, then Donald Trump wants you dead. So here's everything that you need to know. Donald Trump posted this on Truth Social. He responded to a post published by the Washington Examiner titled, "Democratic Veterans in Congress Urge Service Members to Refuse Unspecified Unlawful Orders," by saying that this is really bad and dangerous to our country and that their words cannot be allowed to stand. He then followed that up with a second post that reads, "This is seditious behavior, punishable by death." And then he reposted a comment that reads, quote unquote, "Hang them, George Washington would." This is the most dystopian thing.
Okay. Well, did he, again, you can take that any way you want. It says hang them. How do you know exactly who he's talking about? I could say hang them on a post.
The way that we know exactly who he's talking about is that post that he retweeted was in response to the article.
And the other thing is,
don't look over that. Don't overlook that. Don't over. No. Listen. Don't overlook what I just said. The reason we know it's in reference to the Democrats is because it was literally like a reply under the article posted on Truth Social.
I don't follow every second move he makes. So you people on your side seem to watch every move he makes. I don't.
So now we understand that he was calling for the execution, right? Also, Miles, get in the queue. What are you doing? Okay, nobody blocked you. Get in the queue, Miles.
That's what he believes, then that's what he believes. I don't think that they should have been out there telling the military to do that. Do you know how disruptive that is?
Wait. So you no longer support Trump. You just said, quote unquote, if that's what he believes, that's what he believes, conceding that he called for their execution, right? Saying that they believe that he believes that they.
And if you're out there telling people to disobey the commander in chief, you should have some kind of punishment. Because they already know that. You're insinuating that they are following unlawful orders at this point, and they're not. Trump is enforcing laws that are already on the books.
So we went from you saying, right, that if Donald Trump called for the execution of Democrats, you'd stop supporting
for no
them.
reason.
No, just
for no reason. I should have said that caveat. For no reason.
Wait, whoa. So what was
I don't believe what they did.
So let me ask you a question. What was the good reason Donald Trump had to call for these Democrats to be executed?
Not to follow the commander in chief.
Wait, but all that they said was if he gives them an unlawful order. That's what the oath says. The oath says to not follow him if he makes an unlawful order.
If you think they committed sedition, they should be hung by the.
But they obviously didn't commit sedition.
He's saying the same thing. If you think that that's what happened, that's what they should be doing.
but he's saying that they did. He's saying that they should be executed because he thinks they are guilty of sedition.
If they did sedition, well, he can't. First of all, unilaterally, he can't do that.
He can't do what?
Do any of that. Hang. He can't order them to be hung. We're not in a dictatorship.
That
would have to go through.
Okay. So the question was if he called for the execution, not if he executed.
Well, are we all allowed to believe what we want to believe? Or
Are
you allowed to say that?
I think that there's very fair ideological lines that I'd draw against the president, right? Like, for instance, would you stop supporting Trump as president if he came out and he said that he hails Hitler?
Yeah.
So what happened to the whole, are we all allowed to believe what we want to believe?
He can believe that. But if I don't like it, then I can not follow it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he could believe that Democrats should be executed, but obviously any reasonable American would stop supporting him as president
it's
if
not
he
like
did
a
believe
random,
that.
You're acting like he's calling for the execution of all Democrats. He's talking about these people doing something that was that was telling service people to not follow the commander in chief, which to me sounds like.
We need to be clear about what those Democrats said. Do you want to listen to the video? That
I know what they said, but that's insinuating that they're following unlawful orders at this point, and they're not.
Oh, okay. So let's just listen to it together.
I'd be insulted if I was in the military and somebody said that.
So this is what the oath says, by the way. I just want to clarify that.
Like they're doing something
so
wrong.
let's listen to the video that you think is good reason to kill them. Okay.
I've seen the video, but you can play it again.
Well, let's just find it. Let's find it. Dim lawmakers urge dim lawmakers troops on law. I can't find the video. Full orders.
I have seen it.
Let's try this. There we go. So I just want to be clear. You're saying the people who made that video deserve to be executed.
I think it's disgusting what they did because it's insinuating that the military is following unlawful orders and they should stop doing whatever they're doing.
I think maybe one thing that they insinuated in that video was that Donald Trump has been attacking the Constitution, which is true.
Yes, and he's not.
I could give you a very clear example.
Okay, what?
His very first day in office, he signed Executive Order number 14160 into law. And 14160 attacked the first section of the 14th Amendment because it said that now the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil don't have a claim to birthright citizenship, yet they've had that constitutional protection since 1868.
Never been challenged.
It has. So this notion was challenged in 1898 in the U.S. versus Wonka case, and then reaffirmed in the Plyer v. Doe case of 1989.
Specifically for that?
So specifically for undocumented immigrants, that's for the follow-up with Plyer v. Doe. But in the U.S. versus Wonka case, right, Chief Justice Gray, alongside the other justices, unanimously agreed that, the only people who don't qualify for birthright citizenship would be foreign diplomats, members of militant invading forces from other countries.
Well, I'm sure it's going to go to the Supreme Court. We'll see what happens.
Well, as it stands, that's a violation of the 14th Amendment.
Well, if it goes to the Supreme Court and they say it isn't, then what? Then what do you do?
Oh, but as it stands, it is.
Okay, but it's being
you just said okay.
No, is it being challenged? Is it being challenged?
So there's no legitimate challenge to the
going
notion.
to court.
It went to multiple federal courts all over America.
Is it going to the Supreme Court?
I mean, as of yet, no.
Okay, well, I assume that Donald Trump will probably take it to the Supreme Court. And
but there's no legitimate, genuine argument to demonstrate that they don't have a claim to birthright
citizenship. We have our checks and balances, right?
Can I just clarify here one moment? So what you're doing right now is you're conceding that, he attacked the 14th Amendment when he signed this into law because as it stands, it is unconstitutional.
Okay, just like Joe Biden.
Just like Joe Biden. Okay. All right.
With the student loans, and then he was told not to do it. Yeah.
Well, I'd say the difference between these two scenarios is that and the difference between these two scenarios is when it comes to Donald Trump, it was a belligerent and intentional attack because there's no clear legal argument to. Can you just let me finish? There's no clear legal argument to demonstrate, right, that the children born to undocumented immigrants might not have birthright citizenship. And according to the clear and explicit text of the 14th Amendment, they do. Right? How about this? I'm going to read off the 14th Amendment. I want you to tell me, right, maybe how the children born to undocumented immigrants wouldn't qualify.
Because it was written for the slaves.
Listen, are you the child of a slave?
No, but that's...
Do you have birthright citizenship?
Because my parents or my grandparents came here legally.
So
yes,
do you
that's
have
different.
birthright citizenship?
Because they came here legally. So
So you're telling me
citizen.
like there's other people apart from the children of slaves that have birthright citizenship under the 14th?
When their parents are legal, yes.
Oh, but I thought you said that the 14th Amendment was only for the children of slaves.
No, it was written for slaves. It was
Wait. If it was written for slaves and you're not a slave, then it wasn't written for you.
No, because we already
Oh,
had
so you don't have birthright citizenship under the 14th Amendment?
We already did. We didn't need to write anything for us because we were already.
So I just want to be clear here. The 14th Amendment.
You know that's not.
I just want to be clear. The 14th Amendment does not give you birthright citizenship.
Yes, it does. If you're already a legal citizen, if you're a legal citizen and you have children, then yes, they're citizens too. This was because they didn't consider slaves to be citizens.
Let's just read it off together. 14th
and you
Amendment.
know that.
14th Amendment, quote unquote. All persons born or naturalized. Well, I don't know that. Okay, you're going to continue to interrupt me. So, have you ever read the congressional debate record for the 14th Amendment on the floor of Congress in 1868?
I haven't read that. I've read Federalist Papers and I've read the
Right. So I know that you haven't read the congressional debate record for the amendment, or else you would have read the debate of congressmen and women on the floor of the Senate and on the floor of the House debating on over if this amendment should cover immigrants or not, and they agreed that it should. So no, right? The only intention. One moment. Are you going to let me finish?
Go ahead.
Okay, because you just keep on interrupting me. Like according to Congress, according to the congressional debate record on the floor of the House and the Senate in 1868, when this amendment was being ratified, right, the only intention, right, for it was not only to give the children of slave citizenship. And we could read that together. I mean, the 14th Amendment says, and I quote, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. What part of that sentence excludes the children born to undocumented immigrants?
And you know that's not what it is. If you go and read in the Federalist Papers, you know exactly why they wrote it. It wasn't for anybody.
Could you just tell me what part of that sentence excludes the children born to undocumented immigrants?
Better. They should have written it better.
Tell me what part of that sentence excludes the children born to undocumented immigrants?
It doesn't exclude it, but it doesn't talk about them either. So I guess by not talking about them, that means it includes them. Okay, if that's your logic.
Well, so that's actually not my logic, because we've had explicit adjudication on this by SCOTUS already.
Well, I can't wait till it's overturned, and when it is, then you guys can all discuss it.
So you agree, as it stands, that EO number 14160 is a violation?
Yes, because we needed to go to the Supreme Court.
Okay, so then you actually agree with those Democrats that Donald Trump has violated the Constitution?
No, I don't. But you know.
Wait, but I thought you just agreed that was a violation of the Constitution as it stands.
I'm just saying it's going to have to go up through the court system. That's just how it goes.
Wait, as it stands, is that a violation on the 14th?
And if it is, and he can't.
No. I just want a yes or no. As it stands, I just want a yes or no. As it stands, is it a violation on the 14th?
Before it goes to the Supreme Court, yes. But when it goes there and it's overturned, I want an apology.
Okay, so as it stands, it is a violation on the 14th Amendment.
And so what? That's why we have the court system.
So what this means is that the Democrats in the video were right.
No.
Wait, but all they said is he was violating the Constitution. Wait.
What does that have
I'm so sorry. All they said is that he's violated the Constitution.
Well, they said you're following unlawful orders. That's different than violating a Constitution.
So where in the video did they say? Let's listen to the video again. I want you to show me where in this video they say, quote unquote, Donald Trump is giving you unlawful orders.
I'm saying you must refuse illegal orders. The Constitution having to do with whether or not they are citizens have nothing to do with what the military.
Wait. So if you think saying you can refuse illegal orders is synonymous to saying Trump is making illegal orders, means that you think he is making illegal orders.
No, that's not what I think it means. It means what he gives you an order as the commander-in-chief to go do something like go protect federal agents against people.
So I just want to clarify. All they said was you can refuse illegal orders. Is that statement true or false?
Yes, it is very true.
Okay, so you think that these Democrats should be executed for saying something that's true?
No, I think that they are doing that because they want to insinuate that he's giving them illegal orders, which he's not.
So ultimately, you think the Democrats should be executed for saying something that you agree is true because of the insinuation that you think they're making?
I said that if it went to court and they came and they decided that was what it was, then that is what the punishment is.
So Donald Trump said hang them. He reposted a tweet that said hang them.
And That's what he thinks should be done.
Oh, so you agree that's what he thinks. So therefore, because you agree that's what he thinks, and earlier you told us that if he were to think that Democrats should be executed, you'd stop supporting him. You are no longer a Trump supporter.
For zero reason.
Wait, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. There's no good reason for him to think that they should die. There's zero good reason for him to think that they should die. I'm so sorry. There's literally zero fucking good reason to think that they should die. If you disagree with that, you've lost the goddamn plot, and you are crazy. You are insane. You have completely lost it. Okay? If you think that there's any good reason that they should literally die, that they should be hung, that they should be murdered, executed, then you are insane. Okay? Because I thought that we already agreed that what they said in that clip, saying that you quote unquote can refuse illegal orders, is absolutely true. Dude, the fucking oath that they take, okay, when they join the military it absolutely says that as well. You're like, by arguing, right, that he has good reason to believe that they should be sentenced to death, right, because you think it's seditious to say, right, that you should refuse unlawful orders, is in virtue of that fact calling the oath seditious, calling the oath treasonous, like, dude, you have Cameron, you are brain rotted beyond all like imaginable belief. I need to take just a quick cool out from this conversation for like a minute so I could like not explode. And I'm going to thank a couple donors in the meantime. Victoria, thank you so much for the $30 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for that love. Victoria with the $30. Let's show some love to Victoria down below. Let's get 300 Victoria W's. Says, this lady's driving me insane. She's saying that the 14th Amendment should have been written better. Maybe, just maybe, it was written perfectly the way it is intended to be. And she can't handle the fact that our ancestors welcomed immigrants with open arms.
Second Amendment was.
Well, I mean, literally, right? Like, we had SCOTUS adjudicate that immigrants have birthright citizenship in 1898, less than like 40 years after this amendment was ratified, meaning that the original intention of the framers would have been taken into question given that ruling because they're literally still alive and they still made that adjudication. Jacob, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you so much for the love. Show some love to Jacob for the $10 down below in that chat. Lion, thank you for the $10 as well in Venmo, who says market the hats. Well, I mean, they're kind of hard to market. You could just go to the grocery store and get some tinfoil and make one yourself. But I appreciate you for the $10, Lion. Amy with the $10 who says this lady thinks that because she's older means that she's smarter. I mean, she hasn't said that. She said a lot. She hasn't said that. Thank you for the $10, Amy. Libby, I appreciate you for the $15 over on Venmo for quote unquote more tinfoil to save you. Yeah, man, we're going to need a lot of tinfoil today, Libby. Show some love to Libby down below for the $15. Tip, thank you for the 5. Matt, thank you for the 2. Anna, thank you for the 3. Marla with the 2. Cannon with the 5. And Mary, this came in 50 minutes ago, but I still really want to thank you. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Show some love to Mary down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for your kindness. You are absolutely fantastic. There's also a couple other people that I like to thank here over on, let's see here, on PayPal. Michael, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. Michael, man, you were fucking awesome. Show some love to Michael down below in that chat for the $100 over on PayPal. Michael, you've hung out with us a couple days in a row now. You've really been showing some love. Just know that I really appreciate your kindness and your generosity. It is so undeserved. I don't deserve a single fucking penny of that. Show some love to Michael for the 100 big ones down below in that comment section. Seriously, you guys. A couple other people I'd like to thank as well. Thank you so much, Shakira, for the $10. I appreciate that, SJ. Jacob with the 5. Rachel with the 5. And Julie, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Then just 2 more here. Thank you for the $20 Sadie over on Super Chat. Let's get 200 Sadie W's, who says, thank you, Dean. My family's Republicans, and I used to believe the same way, and you've made me realize how horrible the things Trump is doing are. That's awesome, Sadie. I'm really happy that the streams have been able to help you out and help reform your political beliefs. As well as Noel, thank you so much for the $10. Fam, that is FAM, thank you for the $10. And Little Caspy, that is KASPIE, thank you for the $20, who says, my orange cat meatball has half of a brain cell, which is a whole brain cell more than this collar. Damn, Caspy. Shit. Good one. Show some love to Caspy. In Minnesota, thank you for the $10, who says she does not speak for the U.S. No, she doesn't speak for the U.S. at all. I mean, she thinks that we should bow the knee to a dictator.
There is no dictator.
I mean, there's a wannabe one. His name's Trump.
There is, or else nobody could protest. Nobody could get on here like this and talk about him. That would be a dictatorship. You don't. There's nothing at all close to dictatorship, and it's so it's so ridiculous.
Shit, you just proved my point.
You would not be able to do this if there was a dictator. You wouldn't.
You just proved my point when I said that he's a wannabe dictator, because he literally said that it should be illegal to criticize him in the media.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. That nobody could criticize him, really?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Okay.
He said that from the Oval Office like a month ago.
Okay.
Do you want to hear it?
Yeah.
That's cool. Cool. Trump. Perfect.
So they'd be mugged going there, and assuming they escape the mugging, they go to the restaurant and then they're held up. They'll take a great story and they'll make it bad. See, I think that's really illegal, personally.
Yeah, to turn a story that's twisted around, that's not saying you can't criticize him. You guys take something that he says and make it into something he didn't.
Well, see, the thing is he thinks that he's a great story. He thinks that his presidency is a great story. He thinks that the policy he passes is a great story. So when I say that the big beautiful bill is shit, he's attacking our Constitution and he's the worst president of my life, then according to him, that'd be taking a great story and making it bad.
You're not that old, so. I mean,
he's also the worst president of your life.
No, not even close.
I mean, has any other president of your life tried to... So did Obama try to coup our government and rig the outcome of a federal election like he did?
I'm not going to get into that with you because I've gotten taken down for telling you exact facts that I have.
You got taken down for election denial.
No, I was just putting out facts. I was putting out numbers. All it was numbers. All it was numbers.
Oh, fuck. Dude. Numbers. So just like, wow, look at the hair. Jesus Christ, fuck.
It was just numbers. It was just numbers. About where votes are at and stuff like that.
I just want to clarify.
Anybody did anything.
So without an explanation insofar as why, so you don't have to, get taken down for misinfo, do you think Trump was justified in his fake electors plot?
What I saw was not normal from any other election I've ever seen.
Can you just answer my question? So we know that he launched a fake elector scheme.
Yes, I do. And it had nothing to do with what he had to say. It was what I personally watched.
Okay, I'm going to move on. I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm going to move on to the next guest. You take care, Cameron.
Okay.
Holy moly. Holy fucking moly. Okay. All right. Yeah, we're gonna go to get that next guest up here. I can't do that one anymore. Also, there's this guy named Miles whining in the chat saying that I blocked him. I never blocked you, Miles. And I think that Miles left now. So, but if Miles, if you're still in here, hop in the queue. I'd love to have you up here.
Oh my God, you accepted me, Dean?
Yeah. What's up, Mia? Do you support Trump?
Oh my God, no, I'm a huge fan though.
Hey, that's awesome, Mia. We are just looking to talk to Trump supporters, so I'm going to go to kick you, but you do have a great rest of your day. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. By the way, guys, I'm going to have to pop off screen here for a moment to let my cat out of the studio. She's sitting in the corner over there. I didn't even know that she was in here because the studio door's closed, so I'm going to have to let her out. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
All right, how old are you?
30.
Okay, all right. Give me a second to go let my cat out. By the way, I'll be able to hear anything that you say.
No problem.
All right.
That's cool. You have a cat.
Yeah, her name's Momo. We love Momo here. So you're a Trump supporter. We're going to have a conversation. It'll be phenomenal. Before we do, let me just thank a couple people here. You guys have been so incredibly kind. Robot, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, who says the upper bodies on Republicans must be nuts with all the goalposts that they move. That's a good one. Thank you for the $10, Robot. Show some love to Robot down below. As well as Gene, that is Gene, Gene. Thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Appreciate you for that love, Gene. Good to see you again. Show some love to Gene down below in that chat. Then Brittany, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for more tinfoil hats. Thank you so much, Brittany. And Jonathan, thank you for the $15 who says, love the tinfoil hat, Dean. Does this alias have a name? No, we need to come up with an alias name for tinfoil hat, Dean. I'll workshop that, Jonathan. Thank you for the $15. Now I'm going to go and pass the mic off to the guest. Why the hell do you support the worst predator president of your goddamn life? And by the way, if you're watching and you want to support me, I'll pay for my therapy because obviously I'm going to need it after today. You can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message on YouTube. You could attach a message. I'll read it off on live because I'll literally get a notification for it on the top of my phone. Like this just in. Jacqueline, thank you for the $5. Chris, thank you for the $5. And Amy with a 10 who says that last guest was insufferable. Keep cooking. She wasn't even real, bro. Appreciate you so much for the $10, Amy. That was crazy. Go ahead.
So I just feel like everything he said is like normal and it's default for a country to secure its borders, to cut taxes.
Oh,
to
damn, you're
rebuild
obsessed.
Industry and stuff like that.
You're obsessed.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Why you say that? Well, the last debate went pretty bad and you insulted me and didn't let me speak. So,
I insulted you?
Sorry, I clipped you.
You deserved it.
I don't think I did, but whatever.
Why?
Let bygones be
so
bygones.
let's see here. Why did I insult you?
I don't want to get into it because your followers are savage, and then they're gonna just start spamming me, calling me names.
I think that like you already got into it by bringing it up. So what did I insult you for?
You insulted me because I said that I don't believe that when Trump was in the hosting the pageant, I don't believe him going into the fitting room should be categorized as sexual assault or sexual exploitation or whatever. I didn't think it was on the same level. That was my only opinion. And because of that, I got called names, I got insulted, I got crushed, basically. And I thought it was unfair.
I'm gonna give you like 30 seconds here.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think it's not sexual exploitation?
I just don't think it's fair to categorize someone as that for the rest of their life and pretend like they can never do anything good because they did something like that. I don't think it was that
so it's unfair.
extreme.
So it's not extreme enough to be sexual exploitation. So if like you had like a daughter, 12 years old, goes to school, views her teachers as figures of authority. One of these teachers, right, said that the only way she's going to pass his class is if she takes all of her clothes off and lets him look at her
That's
naked.
obviously wrong, and that's
So
you
would that
can't
would that be
compare
sexual?
that.
Well, just out of curiosity, would that be sexual exploitation? Like him looking at the naked body of your daughter?
Yes, it would be, and it's obviously
Okay.
wrong. And I said multiple times what he did was wrong.
So I just want to clarify here. Unconsensually, right, looking at somebody's naked body via the abuse of a power dynamic is sexual exploitation.
Okay, sure, and it's wrong.
Okay,
I said
so
multiple
if
times it's wrong.
unconsensually looking at somebody's naked body via the abuse of a power dynamic is sexual exploitation, then what Trump did was sexual exploitation, since he unconsensually looked at their naked bodies via the abuse of the power dynamic, that power dynamic being the fact that he owned the pageant and allowed himself into the dressing room.
Okay, but my point is he made a mistake. It was wrong in the past. Does that mean he can never be president?
Okay, so now you're seemingly shifting the goalposts away from the fact that it is or is not sexual exploitation, right? Because you explicitly denied that what Trump did to them was sexual exploitation. So then I clarified on how it actually is sexual exploitation, and even you believe this, since you agree that abusing a power dynamic to unconsensually look at somebody's naked body is sexual exploitation. And now you're just kind of like backpedaling. You're saying, okay, Dean, maybe it is sexual exploitation, but it's just a mistake and he should still be president. So we'll get on to the whole it's a mistake, he should still be president bit, right? After I just get a verbal concession from you that it was sexual exploitation, right? The quote unquote mistake that you're talking about here is sexual exploitation.
But is it sexual exploitation when you have Miss Mexico? She said on a statement that he didn't do anything wrong. The chaperones wouldn't allow that. She's never seen anything like that. Is it sexual exploitation when there's other contestants that said, no, he's very respectful. He knocks on the door. And it's complicated.
Oh, he seems to be cutting out here. Seems to be cutting out here. So, I mean, all I got off of that MAGA mobile statement there is that Miss Mexico from one of the years said it never happened to her. I believe her. I mean, I think that two things could be true at once. I think it could be true that he did this to other people and just not her, right? This is also a pretty like lousy, shitty defense, right? Like imagine that your friend was on trial for murder and his legal defense is that he didn't murder you, right? We're like putting Trump on trial for the sexual exploitation of women and girls at these pageants, and your defense for him is that he didn't sexually exploit one of them, right?
Okay, so let's I'm gonna agree with you and I'll say it's sexual exploitation. Okay, I was wrong. I'll agree with you and I'll say that. And I think what he did was wrong. I just don't think it's on the level where we should label him a sexual predator for the rest of his life and assume that he's this bad person that cannot be president, can't do anything good for the future.
Well, I mean, like McDonald's doesn't even hire felons, so why should we, the people of the most powerful country that's existed in the history of planet Earth, hire sexual predators president?
Well, I brought that argument last time to you. George Washington owned slaves. He also did very good things, and I would say he was one of the greatest presidents, correct?
Okay, so what I would argue here, right, is that George Washington shouldn't have been president because he was a slave owner.
So you would say that for the next 10 presidents after him, because I'm sure a lot of them owned slaves.
Yes, I would.
Well, you're
like
basically
that's like a very like reasonable take too, right? Like if you think that people is property. Wait 1 second. The behavior is not in line with our policies. Gifting suspended for 10 minutes on this live. That's fine. Whatever. If you want to support me, you can support me on Venmo and PayPal. I guess you can't support me on.
Oh, you see all your followers? Look at all those guys. Pedo protector.
Well,
rape protector.
Well, I mean, you are arguing that somebody that sexually exploited kids, right, should be able to serve as our president.
Kids?
So can you blame them?
Okay, we were never talking about kids, so I don't know why would you bring kids up.
Oh, because this happened at Miss Teen USA.
I don't believe it happened in Miss Teen USA.
Okay, well, I mean,
he went on Howard Stern.
So 4 beauty pageant contestants that competed at Miss Teen USA in 1997 said it happened to them after he said that he did it to them. So.
Okay, well, I already said multiple times this is wrong.
Right. So do you see now how, like, what the chat is saying is kind of true?
Well, I don't believe that it was Miss Teen USA, and no, it's not true because I said it's wrong.
Why don't you believe the 4 beauty pageant contestants that spoke out?
Because all you have for this is the Howard Stern clip where he's over there talking.
So that, by the way, that's enough, right? Because that's an admission to guilt. So yes, we have his admission to guilt alongside the testimony of the victims.
What about Howard Stern? Why don't you condemn Howard Stern and the host? Why were they both laughing, acting like it was funny?
Well, see, the thing is I actually do condemn them, but we don't talk about that much since the prompt of the live isn't how do you still support Howard Stern. The topic of the live is how do you still support Trump.
Okay, we'll moving on. Again, we were talking about how George Washington did bad things, and he's still one of the greatest presidents. So you just assume that because
wait, I have a question.
Mistakes,
If Donald Trump was a slave owner, would you still support him as president?
No, because slavery is illegal, so that would never happen.
Oh, so your line is him doing things that are illegal? Or did you just try to say that it can never happen because it's illegal? So are you saying that nobody ever does anything that's illegal?
I don't understand the question.
Yeah, the question is if like Donald Trump illegally enslaved people, like at Mar-a-Lago and like kept them in the basement, would you still support him as president?
No, that would be illegal. No.
Okay, so if he did something illegal, then you'd stop supporting them.
No, because people can do something illegal, but that doesn't categorize him as a bad person forever.
Okay, I mean, so then what? So like, if he owned slaves at Mar-a-Lago, you would still support him as president for the same reasons why you call George Washington the best president in American history? Because like,
so
keep
you
in
don't
mind,
think George Washington was a good president?
So like, your response to like me bringing up the fact that Donald Trump is guilty of sexual exploitation is the fact that George Washington was a slave owner, and yet you still support him. So I think that my question is like clear here. If Donald Trump illegally owned slaves, would you still support him as president?
He legally owned slaves?
Yeah, if he illegally enslaved people, would you still support him?
No, that I wouldn't support him. No.
Okay, so then that whole argument about George Washington just kind of goes out the window.
No, my point with that argument is that because somebody does something bad in the past doesn't mean they can't do good in the future.
So if he like enslaved people in the 90s, he could still do good in the future, so you might still support him?
Yeah, but he didn't.
But if he did, would you still support him because he could still do good in the future?
No, because slavery has been outlawed for a long time. So for him to do it in the 90s would be insanely evil.
So we could agree that it was also insanely evil for him to sexually exploit girls, right?
No, I don't think you can classify that as insanely evil. No. I mean, because you have people letting him in. He was laughing in the Howard Stern show.
Yeah, guys. It's not insanely evil to prey on children, everyone. According to that. Put him on a list, dude. Put him on a list. Put him on a goddamn list. On the list, you go. On the list. Devin, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo who says tinfoil Dean names. Good ones. I appreciate you so much for that $5 and for the ideas, Devin. Show some love to Devin in that chat. Chloe with the $5 on Venmo says, "We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name." Thank you for the $5, Chloe. Hope with the $5 says, "Oh, boo-hoo, this guy's upset that he got insulted for his horrible view." Right? Like, what a fucking snowflake. I appreciate you for the $5, Hope. And Stacy! Oh my God! Yo, Stacy, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Yo, let's get 500 Stacy W's down below in that live chat. Stacy, thank you so much for your kindness and your generosity and love. Like, fuck, dude, that's a lot of money. Stacy with the $50 says, I'm a single mom to a daughter, and this administration is terrifying. You are a true patriot. Keep fighting the good fight, man. Listen, Stacy, you are a true patriot, not only for your support for what's right, but also for being a single mom to a child. You're doing a job that many couldn't, likely myself included. So huge shout out to you, Stacy. All the fucking love. As well as Haley, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for that love, Haley. Show some love to Haley and Stacy and all the donors down below in that chat. Let's see if we have anybody else here. Oh yes, we do over on PayPal. Stephanie, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. Who says, Dean, you're doing God's work. Keep changing people with your mindset. I love seeing you roast people. Well, listen, man, I don't know if we're going to be able to successfully change a lot of the minds of the people that we have coming up onto the lives, because at this point, in order to still support Trump as president, you have to be like insane, right? But I still think it's meaningful, right? Because we could possibly change some of the minds of some of the viewers. So thank you so much for the $20, Stephanie. That is so incredibly kind of you. Show some love to Stephanie down below. As well as Kirsten, thank you for the $15 over on PayPal, who just says that that last guess was ridiculous. Absolutely, Kirsten. That is Kristen. And then Raukula, I'm really sorry if I'm butchering your name. It's spelled Raluca. Rakula with the $12 says, here's some money for some cat treats for Momo. Oh, she's going to love that. Thank you so much, Rakula. And then Cora, thank you for the $5. We have a couple people to thank over on YouTube Super Chat. I'll try to do that quickly here. Tom, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. S, thank you for the $10. And one other one here. Let's see here. Chosen Girl, thank you so much for the $25 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Chosen Girl. Please show some love to all of our donors down below in that live chat. I really, really do appreciate you guys so much for all of your kindness. Now, we got that next guest loaded up in here right now. What's going on, Mimi? Do you support Trump?
I love you, Dean. And when will you think the next Democrat president will be?
Well, I got to commend you for your patience, but unfortunately, we are only looking to talk to to people that support the president. We're going to move on to the next Trump supporter right now, guys. Only opposite of that cue, that is you. Who do I think the next Democratic president will be? I don't know. I'd say that there's a lot of like front runners from the party right now, that it becomes a little bit of a toss-up. I'm seeing like a high likelihood of Gavin Newsom or Kamala Harris, though. I wouldn't doubt it if it ended up being one of them. But let's go and get that next guest, Trinity, loaded up into the box, guys. Just make sure if you are inside of the guest request that you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, that's ready and willing to come up here and have a conversation with me. There's a lot of people that are joining in right now that aren't loading in, right, because they're leaving after I accept them. So only join in the queue if you are ready and willing to come up here and debate. Additionally, folks, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen on TikTok, dropping a like over on YouTube. And we got the gift suspended on TikTok. No clue why. So if you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal at the top of the phone screen and in the link tree in the bio. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
All right. Sounds good, man. How do you?
I am 47.
Cool. One moment. I just want to thank one person here. Oh my God. Painted Wings. Thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Painted. That is so incredibly kind of you. That is so much money. Jesus. Thank you so much for your kindness and your generosity. Painted didn't attach a message, only sent the love. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I want to see 500 painted W's in both of the live chats, as well as Lemony. Thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. Go ahead and take it away. Jason, why do you support this terrible, tyrannical predator president, Mr. Trump?
I mean, it's more of the party I support than
so Trump can kind of do whatever the hell he wants as long as he's a registered Republican. You'll still support him?
Do what the hell they want. I mean, that's the way it's always been, man. So that's not really a good talking point.
What did you just
say?
What
I'm trying to figure out is, I said all presidents do what they want. It's just the way they are.
But the question that I asked you was basically Donald Trump could like do or say whatever the hell that he wants, and regardless of if its impact on America, you're still going to support him as president because he's a registered Republican.
No, I don't vote for anything blindly.
Okay, so then what are the very specific reasons that you support Trump as president? Obviously, his party affiliation wouldn't be enough.
Him trying to do things that aren't the quid pro quo of the past 50 years. Okay. Over the past 50 years, we've had Democratic control of the United States. And over those 50 years, it has been a steady decline.
Actually, in the last 50 years, it has been perfectly split between Republicans and Democrats.
I just looked it up. It was like 35 years of
Since the Cold War, we've had a perfect split of Republican and Democratic presidents.
Since 1969. That's where I looked at. From 69 to June 2025.
Since the Cold War, we've had a perfect split between Republicans and Democrats as president.
So, okay, even if that's the case, wouldn't you say they're equally they're equally wrong for where our economy is and everything is right now?
No, I wouldn't say that Kamala Harris was equally as bad as Trump. Absolutely not.
Not one president. I'm talking about them all as a collective.
Well, we're talking about one president. We're talking about why you support Trump.
Oh, I support Trump because he's trying to do things that will bring jobs back to the United States.
Like what?
Hopefully. The tariffs.
Oh, the tariffs? Well, I mean, I think that the tariffs have only caused financial and economic instability, driven prices up. And
okay, that's the way they're going to cause heartache to begin with because it's...
Sorry, guys. I got to kick them. Guys, everybody in the chat was spamming reposts. You guys got to be a little bit more mindful. There's likely like minors watching. There's probably children watching. Okay, all right. I got to kick him just so children don't go and look at his reposts. His repost was just boobs. I don't know how the hell TikTok allows that. I think it was maybe because it was like topless women at like a protest, so it wasn't like inherently sexual. Therefore, TikTok allows it to be on the platform. But like still, like I'm just not gonna like endorse the propagation of a of an environment where like we're driving like potential children to go be surprised by topless women. All right. We're not about that here. We're not about that here. So we removed him. We removed him so nobody could like click through to his account. We're gonna go to move on to the next guest. What's up? Do you support Trump? Hello? Okay, Candyland's not here. We're going to move on to the next guest right now, y'all. Please make sure if we are inside of the guest request over on TikTok that you are an American adult that somehow supports Donald J. Trump as president. Y'all already know the rules, though. A couple other people I like to thank here. One big one here. Yo, holy shit. Oh, my God. You guys are being so kind today. Yo, Martin. Martin, thank you so much for the 50 euros over on YouTube. Not YouTube, on PayPal. Martin with the 50 euros says, the force to be reckoned with guests yesterday was infuriating. Next time a guest talks about Trump or men in general appearing stronger and more respected on the world stage, please play the video of Trump being laughed at the UN Assembly in 2018. Much love from the EU. Well, Martin, all the love in the world to you. And like, actually, I will have to play that clip next time somebody comes up here and makes that claim. Great fucking video to play in that circumstance. So Martin, thank you for being here. I'm really happy that you're enjoying this stream. The guests yesterday were infuriating, and thank you so much for the 50 euros. Your support for me and what we do here means the world. Show some love to Martin in both of those live chats, at least for the next 5 minutes while we're hopping into the next debate. What's going on? Caffeine Queen Carol, do you support Trump?
Yes.
Age?
18.
What year were you born in?
2008.
I don't believe you. Banned. Moving on to the next guest. We're gonna go to get the next guest loaded up in the box right now. Quite frankly,
they are not a person of authority. Same goes with Trump. He's a person of authority, but he has no rights to walk into your house to order the police or the military to do shit like that. So no, with him ordering them to go into.
Okay, so that was Zay. I have a feeling like he's not a Trump supporter. He's watching the live, and then he like got into a debate about what we're discussing, right, with like a family member or something. But it sounded like he was cooking. It sounded like he was cooking. Like, let's be honest, it sounded like Zay was cooking. So WU, man, WU. What's up? Do you support Trump? Bella is not here. So banned. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Like I said already, I'll say it again. If you do want to support me, if you want to support what we do here, if you want to get a message across, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message on YouTube as well. Get 100% of the proceeds through those platforms. And I really appreciate everyone so much for the love. What is going on? Do you support Trump?
No, I don't. I don't know why. I just requested.
Okay, Gabe, please don't request unless you are a Trump supporter. We're going to start banning people that are in the queue. Knowing our rules are very simple. You just have to be an American adult that supports Trump. If you break those rules, you're going to get banned. You're going to get very quickly banned, quite frankly, very quickly. No exceptions. All right, we're going to see an Anthony round 2. Moving on to our next guest, GG. Hey, Jordan, thank you so much for the $30 over on Venmo. Jordan, thank you, man. Jordan with the $30. I want to see 300 Jordan W. Seriously, thank you so much for your kindness. Says, thank you for what you do, Dean. Your commitment to the movement matters. Much love and respect. Well, all the love and respect back to you, man. I'm really happy that you enjoyed the stream. Thank you for being here, and thank you so much for your kindness. What's up? Do you support Trump? Band. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. We're going to get that next guest, Mary, loaded up into the box right now. Here we go, folks. Yo, Eric, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Once again, thank you. Eric with the $20, that is ERIC, says, hey, Dean, never stop standing up for the girls against these sick freaks. You're a real one. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate you for that, Eric. Oh, sounds like Mary left. I think Mary called me a shit stick, and I didn't automatically respond to their immaturity because I was thanking Eric for the $20, so they left. But guys, also show some love to Eric down below. Thank you for the Galaxy Beatrice. But we're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now here, guys. Hello, do you support Trump? Canna Muscle is definitely driving, so we are definitely going to remove them from the live. Okay, guys, moving on to the next guest. Holy cow. Holy cow. Yo, Michael, thank you so much for the under control. I appreciate that, Michael. Huge shout out to you. And we got Christoph loading into the live right now. Hopefully Christoph will be that next Trump supporter. Just kidding. No, he won't. He's scared. No spot. Wait, yes, actually, he might. He's here. Hello, do you support Trump, Christoph?
Nah.
Okay, then stay out of the queue. Stay out of the queue, Christoph. Stay out of it. Stay out of it. Take a look. If you're in the guest requests, if you're not a Trump supporter, just leave. Please, spare me. Spare me. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you, Alex?
1997, 28.
1997, 28? Yeah. Name a popular song or a popular band from the 2010s.
2010s? Let's see. Green Day.
I don't know if Green Day was 2010s. I mean, I believe it though. I think they're still going till this very
Red Hot
day.
Chili Peppers.
Well, Red Hot Chili Peppers was significantly before the 2010s. But
I don't know, man. That's what I know about.
Okay, I'll give you the pass. I'll give you the pass. So, whatever. Tell us why you support Trump.
I support Trump because of the Rule 28.
What?
You know, like Rule 28. Have you read it?
No.
Okay, it depends on the scientific notification acted of a pineapple.
You said something about a pineapple, so I'm just gonna assume that you're trolling and kick your ass. Moving on to Christina. Yo, appreciate you for the $10. Inconspicuous typos over on YouTube. He says, check out Jason Crow on the Face of the Nation. He gives a fire list of examples when pressed on the quote-unquote Trump has not given any legal orders to the military. I feel like you'd appreciate that. Actually, I do. Thank you so much for the recommendation. You're fucking awesome. Moving on to the next guest right now, folks. Only hop inside of that queue if you're MAGA and you want to come up here for a debate. Please, as well as Maddie, thank you so much for the $3 on Venmo. And Kelly, thank you for the $10 who says, Chris Hansen, 2028. Dude, we're basically Chris Hansen already with the guests that we've been speaking to. Jesus Christ. Appreciate you too. Show some love to our downers down below in that chat. Thank you so much, Kelly and Maddie. What's going on, Hannah? Do you support Trump? Hannah, you have 5 seconds to unmute and speak before you are kicked. Hannah is out of time. Goodbye. Hello, News. Do you support Trump? Once again, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. And bam, quite frankly, moving on to Jamie. All right, we got a bunch of bots in the queue. Bunch of bots, quite frankly, bunch of bots, bunch of big bots. Hello, Jamie, do you support Trump? And banned very quickly, Don't be like Jamie. Just don't do it. Just don't be like Jamie, folks. Just please. For the love of God, do not do it. We're going to go to get that next guest connected right now. Here we go, everybody. Hello, do you support Trump? Hi, do you support Trump? You have 5 seconds. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds, 1 second, and banned. Don't be like her either. If you're going to come up here, make sure that you're in the queue and you're ready to debate, because what the hell are we doing? Because what the actual hell are we doing? Hello, do you support Trump?
Yes.
And how old are you?
27.
Okay, you have a mic connected to your phone. Maybe it's a headset. Maybe it's a fucking Nintendo Wii. I honestly, maybe it's a microwave from the 19th century. But whatever it is, can you disconnect it? Dude, also everybody, this crazy Miles guy that I was telling you about from earlier is now in the chat saying that I got his live band. What the fuck do you mean I got your live band? I haven't even been on your live. Are you doing all right, Miles? What the hell is he yapping about? I haven't even been on, dude. Miles, go get on an alt account, hop in that queue, come up here and debate me. All right, you said that I was running from you. I don't even like. You're crazy. I don't know why you'd say that. Hop on a second account, get in that queue. We'll have a chat. What's up? Do you support Trump? Oh wait, you already told us that you do. All right. Why the hell did you support this terrible tyrannical predator?
I mean, I wouldn't call him tyrannical. I mean, a tyrannical would be someone like, I don't know if you know Mussolini or Hitler.
Well, I mean, I think that those are examples of very tyrannical leaders throughout history. However, this does not mean that Trump is not tyrannical.
Tyrannical means, at least in my opinion, I would say they are constantly breaking the law or like abusing their power. That's how I see it.
Well, I mean, he does both of those things.
In extreme cases.
So relating to constantly breaking the law in the 70s, he was sued by the New York State Justice Department for failing to rent to black tenants. In the 90s, he said all black people were lazy. I guess that's not breaking the law. It's racist as hell, just further compounding when he broke the law and refused to rent to black tenants. He was also sued for lying about the valuation of his properties to a bank in New York, leading to civil litigation. He was held civilly liable for raping E. Jean Carroll. He boasted about breaking the law and sexually exploiting women and girls at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA at Howard Stern in 2005. He broke the law by intentionally concealing classified documents at his Mar-a-Lago estate following the termination of his first term. He broke the law when he tried to rig the outcome of the 2020 election by installing fake votes for himself in Congress. He broke the law when he infringed on the First Amendment. He broke the law when he infringed on the Second Amendment. He broke the law when he infringed on the 14th Amendment, trying to argue that the children born to undocumented immigrants do not have a claim to birthright citizenship. He broke the law when he committed his 34 felonies. He's perpetually broke the law over the course of his life by like in the 80s, harboring Russian mafia members in his New York estate. So if constantly breaking the law makes you a tyrant, no better example than the man, the myth, the felon, Donald Trump himself. And then the second thing that you said, right, was what?
What did I say? On extreme cases, like rounding up prisoners and throwing them into like jail because they disagree with their opinion.
Like rounding people up with no due process and sending them to jail. Well, I mean, he rounded Venezuelan immigrants up and deported them to Sica in El Salvador, which is a torture prison for terrorists with no due process.
Did he?
Yes.
Okay. I did not hear that, but if they came to the country illegally, then I'm going to be honest, I would expect them a due process, go to court, hear the cases, and then if they came into the country illegally, then yeah, they would get deported. But
yeah. Well, what made it illegal was that he did it without due process.
If he did it without due process, then I would say that people do deserve a due process.
Okay, have I talked to you before, Liam?
No, you have not.
Okay, all right. So anyways, those are the reasons why Trump is tyrannical. The question still remains, why do you support him as president?
I would say over the years that honestly, I thought he was like an unfair target by the media. Because over the years...
So you're saying that the media said he was bad, so therefore he's a good president. That doesn't follow.
No, I didn't say that. I wouldn't say, therefore he's a good president. But I'm saying I do think it was unfair the way the media was treating him.
So why do you support him as president?
He didn't go to war, unlike all the other previous presidents.
So Biden never went to war, and Donald Trump did when he used our B-2 bombers and bunker blasters on Iran.
Oh, sorry. What did you say?
So Biden, when serving as president, never went to war. But Donald Trump did when he used our B-2 bombers and bunker blasters and dropped them on Iran.
But don't forget, Biden was the vice president under Obama. And Obama
vice
the Middle East.
Exactly, vice president. And they were engaging in the same war in the Middle East that Trump was under his first administration, so bad point.
Yeah. And?
The same war Trump was in under his first admin. So therefore...
in his first term.
Right.
So if I can remember, in his first term,
I
the
think
biggest
I've
problem.
talked to you before, Liam. You have a good rest of your day. I think I've talked to Liam before. We're gonna go to move on to the next guest here. We got Mary loading up in the box, folks. I think I've talked to Liam before, so we're gonna kick him out. All right. Yeah, everyone in the chat is like, you have. Yeah, I was gonna say I remember Liam. User 9, big liar, big liar. Hello, Mary. Do you support Trump?
Hi, Dean. I love you.
Oh, well, I appreciate you so much for your kindness. Just looking for Trump supporters. Moving on to our next guest, Jake Donovan. Oh boy. Hey, over on YouTube Super Chat, Feisty. Appreciate you for the $5 saying that Liam is nigger. We got the child band. Feisty with $5 says Liam is permabanned on Santana. What did Liam say to Santana? Jesus. Okay. Whoa. Moving on to the next guest here. Only hop in that queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. We got our next guest loading up into the stream right now. Here we go, everyone. We got Unner connecting right now. By the way, if you're watching, you're like, yeah, I like this Dean guy. You want to support me. You want to support what we do here. 4-hour stream to 7 days a week, 4 weeks a month, 12 months a year. You could support me over on Venmo and PayPal. Link to me in the bio and on the top of the phone screen. Welcome into You Support Trump.
I wanted to ask you about something you said that I feel like has
Oh, I'm sorry. You sound very young. So, unfortunately, you will not be able to ask me about something that I said until you're at least 18. Lindsay, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, who says, thank you for arming me with the facts for the inevitable fights at with my family at the Thanksgiving table. Oh, Lindsay, you are welcome. And guess what? I'm expecting those fights too. Wouldn't it be funny if I came to the Thanksgiving dinner with like with a whole camera crew and we did like a reality TV show of Dean debating his crazy family members. They're crazy. They're crazy folks. One family member of mine is starting to not like Trump as president anymore, not because they realize that he's a bad president, but rather because he was friendly to Mamdani, and Mamdani is a Muslim. That's how crazy they're getting. Oh my God. Welcome in, Slasher. Do you support Trump?
I just want to say, fuck Trump, fuck Israel, free Palestine to us. So
definitely not a Trump supporter. So unfortunately, we are going to go ahead and move on. But moving on to the next guest. Here we go. All right, we got Aisha loading up into the box right now, guys.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to join.
Oh, no worries, Aisha. You take care. How about this, guys? Go ahead and put a 2 in the chat if you're an American adult that supports Trump as president and you want to come up here and debate me. Elite Gunner, thank you for the $1 on PayPal, who says, did you see both of the $10 donos go through? I did not, Elite Gunner. I will check them out on my computer right now. I'm sorry that I missed them. Thank you so much for your kindness. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Next guest is loading in right now. Okay. All right. A lot of only drop a 2 of your MAGA. We'll get you up here. Oh, hello. What is ice cream lover? 4 years old. 4 years old. Well, bro, what is this guy doing? Why is your profile picture
in your head right now?
Why is your profile picture?
What if a bomb drops in your head right now?
What?
What if a bomb drops in your head right now?
What are you asking me?
I'm quoting Trump.
Oh, so that's why I had no clue what you were saying, because he's incoherent. Why is your profile picture an AI photo of me and Parker kissing?
Listen, one of your friends actually DM'd me that, and they told me use this because it's an actual picture that was, deleted off the internet. That's why I want to, show it to the world. It's an actual picture, guys. You might want to take a screenshot because I might be canceled. I might go to jail for this. This guy's on the files probably too.
I'm on the files? Sir, I was born in 2004.
This picture was on the files probably.
I was born in 2004.
And he got incarcerated when? 2016? Come on now.
2019, if you knew anything. By the time Epstein was in jail, I was still a minor. So it wasn't the files.
So the files. Are you a victim? You look like a victim. Are you a victim of Parker?
I look like a victim. That's a very crude remark. It's like, I mean, definitely expected from Trump supporters, right? I mean, you guys are pretty crude.
We actually think we're with our mind now, like y'all, right? You guys you guys think there's more than two genders, and you guys think it's fine for a man to go to women's bathrooms, which I find kind of crazy because you guys go crazy because Trump went into these girls' locker room. That's crazy, right?
The
Isn't that
only
crazy?
the only party that thinks it's okay for men to go into women's private spaces is the right. Right. And I mean,
So
you
let
just
me- let me ask you
you just gave
something.
the example of when you think it's okay, right? I mean, you just brought up how Donald Trump has unconsensually barged into women's only dressing room and taken advantage of the
No,
people
that's
in the
what you
space.
think.
Well, that's what he admitted to, sir.
No, he didn't admit to it because that's what.
One second. Thank you so much for the penny on
You're
Venmo. I
fake
appreciate you
shit,
so much
bro.
for the penny. Thank you so much. And Nicole, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you so much for the love, Nicole. And Danielle, thank you for the $10 on PayPal, who says, keep showing how uneducated the uneducated are. Don't worry, we're definitely going to expose this guy for lacking a brain. Appreciate you for the $10. And then Nicolette, once again, thank you for the 5. I'd also like to very quickly thank Kelly for the $15 on Venmo, who says, for Lavender and Caramile, for your mispronunciation has become my vocal stim, unfortunately. That's funny, Kelly. Thank you for the $15. Let's get 150 Kelly W's down below. Maddie, thank you for
You
the
hear
3.
this?
Lindsay,
This
thank
is
you
my
for the
brother
5.
to show you
And
guys
then also,
actual proof that it was my brother.
Oh, shut up, buddy. And then also, Daniel, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super
You
Chat.
know this? It
Thank
was
you
an
so much.
actual brother,
Dude,
'cause people are
can you
talking about
shut
the
up?
repo.
If you interrupt me again, I'm going to kick you. If you're going to interrupt me, I'm going to fucking kick you. You interrupt me in my next breath, you're gone, buddy. But Daniel with a $20 on Super Chat says, Meatball and Momo for President and VP, Orange Cat over Orange Dictators. They're smarter than him and believers in constitutional rights and midday naps. You know what? I would take a cat to be president over Trump. You make a very compelling point, Daniel. Thank you so much for the $20, Steve. Show some love to Daniel down below. Everyone is spamming reposts. Is this that same guy we talked to yesterday? Oh, yeah, with the repost of the babies, it is. All right. I guess he still hasn't learned his shapes. So we're going to go to kick him and move on to the next guest. Yeah, we've already talked to him. He's still learning his shapes, everyone. Okay, moving on to the next guest. Here we go. Yeah, he's like a repost saying square, circle, triangle. You know, he's still learning his shapes. You know, we gotta support him. What's up? Do you support Trump?
I just wanted to say that Cookie King mogs the fuck out of you.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does.
Nah, he needs to get in.
Yes.
He doesn't go to the gym because it hurts. All right.
No, a stomach bug saves them, pal.
Stomach? Okay, I don't know the lore that much. I have no clue what you're talking about. He's a little bit deeper into the Cookie King lore than I am. I don't know what the hell this like stomach bug saves him means. I don't. Who fucking knows? Chronically Online, get out of my life. Moving on. Okay. All right. Hey, Bella, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, who says, thank you for your streams. At the gym, going through daily life, they always keep me company. Oh, well, I appreciate you for being here, Bella. I'm really happy that you enjoy the streams, and thank you for the $10. I appreciate you for your support. Show some love to Bella down below, folks. What's going on, conservative media? Are you a Trump supporter?
MAGA Puerto Rican owns you. He owns you. He owns you. He owns you.
Your,
MAGA Puerto Rican owns you.
1 second. Is your profile picture Trump and Jesus?
MAGA Puerto Rican owns you.
I don't know what that
MAGA
is.
Puerto Rican. MAGA Puerto Rican owns you.
So
That's what he is.
Do you think that Trump walks with God?
Yeah, sure.
Was he walking with God when he cheated on his wife with a porn star?
What about the niggers and the Jews who have sex?
Okay, and we're gonna go to ban them. Let's go to get that next guest up in here. Yeah, that's a conservative Christian, everybody. So we talk about this often, and I think it continues to be proved true. Like real good Christians, they're on the left, they're not on the right. Like that's what a Christian on the right looks like. Moving on to the next guest, guys. We're gonna start banning people that come up here that break our rules. So we got the next guest, Nikki, loading into the box right now. Hello, Nikki. Are you a Trump supporter or are you banned? You're going to be banned in 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Banned. Moving on to our next guest. Once again, banning everybody that comes up here in violation of our rules. Okay. All right. Moving on right now to our next guest. Let's see who they are. We got Flipper D12 connecting to the live stream. MAGA just doesn't want to debate anymore, man. I'm not it's just.
I'm in the bath.
Dude, get out of here. Get the fuck out of here, man. What the hell are we doing? Not funny. Samantha, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. Brian, thank you for the $5. Whitney, thank you for the $10. Who says happy Thanksgiving? Happy Thanksgiving to yourself, Whitney. Thank you so much for the 10. We're all caught up. All right. What's up? Do you support Trump, Nathan?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah. You MAGA?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say like full MAGA, but I definitely support Trump over.
Oh, woof. Terrible. I'm going to vomit everywhere. Let's see if we get a second guest up here. What's up, Stefan? Do you support Trump?
Absolutely, brother.
Okay, your name is MAGA Legend?
Yeah, it sure is, man.
I
gave a historic interview, man, June 20th, 2020, man, going into the Tulsa, Oklahoma Trump rally. First rally coming out of COVID. And it was unbelievable, man.
So I'm looking at your page. I don't think you're a troll.
No.
One second. I'm going to show this to the viewers right now. This post is from 6 months ago. Wow, dude! Holy cow!
Yeah, man.
You get a little angry at times.
Well, no, man, it ain't angry, man. But I mean, come on, dude. I mean, they stole the election.
Oh wait, no! You don't say that. You're gonna get banned. I really want to talk to you. I'm sorry for screaming over you and interrupting you. When you make that claim on TikTok, TikTok bans you. I do not want TikTok to ban you. I don't want TikTok to ban you so I can like actually talk to you. You know?
Okay, yeah, no, right on, brother.
Perfect. Right on, brother. Right on. Well, before we hop into our debate, do you mind if I thank someone real quick?
Absolutely.
Perfect. J-Dub. Thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. J-Dub, you are a fucking legend. J-Dub with the $50 says, my guy, love ya. I love you too, J-Dub. You were awesome. Thank you so much for your kindness. I want to see 500 J-Dub W's down below in that comment section right now. Thank you so much for the $50. Seriously, man. And if you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin comment on YouTube. Appreciate you guys for the love. Let's go to hop into this debate. I don't even know where I want to start with you. How about this? Let's start here. Are you a patriot?
Yeah, dude, I'm a veteran, bro.
You're a goddamn vet pate, all right? That stands for veteran patriot. Goddamn vet pate. Now, do goddamn vet pates, once again, that's short for veteran patriot, do goddamn vet pates support the Constitution?
Well, yeah, absolutely, man. But you know, it's it's an oath that's lifelong, man. Both enemies, foreign and domestic.
Okay, all right. So here's my thing here. So you took an oath. You just said it was lifelong to defend the Constitution against enemies both foreign and domestic. I think that Trump is a domestic enemy to the Constitution, most notably with his attack on the 14th Amendment with EO number 14160, or his attack on the First Amendment when he was like, we're going to ban the burning of the American flag, even though SCOTUS ruled in Texas v. Johnson in 1989 that was expressly protected under the First Amendment, or when he attacked the Second Amendment by saying law-abiding trans-American citizens shouldn't be able to own guns. NRA said that was unconstitutional, or his attack on the 22nd Amendment when he's like, I'm going to find a way to run for a third term, so on and so forth. Sir, he is the domestic enemy.
Oh, come on, man. I mean, you go back, man. I mean, Obama put moles and spies in the man's campaign. He illegally wiretapped Trump Tower. I mean, they falsified FISA warrants in order to do those kinds of things, man. I mean, who are you kidding, man? You want to go down that road? Okay, let's go down that road. You know what I mean? You got, and then what we do, we find their entire Democrat leadership on an island diddling children. And, dude, I don't think it was an island full of Presbyterians. I think that, it's a neon flashing sign in Braille. Blind people can see this for what it is. And, and we won't talk about the election and it going sideways. I mean, 81 million.
Stay away from. No. I have to stay away from the election denial. Remember, TikTok DOS.
Okay. Yeah, no worries, man. I don't know why everybody's got their panties in the wad, man. You should be able to say what you want, when you want, how you want, to who you want, as many times as you want, because we're in America, right? You know what I mean? So, I mean, with that said,
No, you've already violated the misinformation.
What did I say?
No! Kenneth, Stefan.
What happened?
You gotta stay away. You can't talk about the 81 million votes. You can't talk about. You just gotta. You already got.
no
dude.
Okay. Well, let's move on from that. Let's talk about AutoPen. You AutoPenned in freaking what was it? 20 million unvetted illegal aliens.
Oh.
Are you kidding me? And
wait. I have a question. Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question, brother? Can I ask you a question, brother? Help me see the light, brother. Help me see the light, Kenneth. Do you think that a child would be safer with the average undocumented immigrant or Donald Trump?
Come on. Are you kidding me?
No,
Dude,
I'm not yanking your dick. I'm not yanking your dick, brother. Go ahead and answer that question, sir. Would the child be safer with the average undocumented immigrant, brother, or Donald J. Trump, brother?
Well, all you got to do is look at the 320,000 missing children that the undocumented immigrants lost, along with the Democrats child sex trafficking them into our country during their freaking invasion over the past 4 years.
The dots! Connect them, brother! Connect the dots! The dots! The dots!
Yeah. Say something about the children.
Okay, well, we'll talk about the 320,000 missing children that you said the undocumented immigrants sex trafficked. So what you're talking about is actually 30,000 children that had applied for the asylum-seeking process and then didn't show up to their court date. So first and foremost, you're taking the number, you're multiplying it by 10, and then you're just baselessly throwing the sex trafficking claim on top of it. And then, by the way, Sai, thank you so much for the galaxy. Undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes on American soil compared to citizens. Meanwhile, Trump is not only more likely to commit a violent crime in American soil compared to the average citizen, but actually has, like the rape of E. Jean Carroll or the sexual exploitation of naked women and girls at Miss
Oh,
USA.
get out of here. E. Jean Carroll, you believe that, bro?
Well, I mean,
serious?
so did 9 unanimous jurors of her peers.
Dude, that's a no-brainer.
Just look at her. You're saying look at her, so you don't think that she's attractive?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, not at all, bro.
So first and foremost, I think arguing that E. Jean Carroll was unattractive, your live is not eligible for search results and is restricted in the queue because Stephen Kenneth Bayer does not comply with our community guidelines. Fuck. Okay. So first and foremost, just to respond to what you're saying here. So first and foremost, to say that E. Jean Carroll was unattractive is insane. Look at a picture of her when she was younger. She was very attractive. And then second of all, men rape dead animals. It's not really about a sexual attraction, more about an exertion of power and control. Go ahead, Amir. Listen.
No, I mean, dude. I mean, you still can't deny that the entire Democrat leadership and their donor base was on Epstein Island being blackmailed.
Oh, wait. I mean, from the emails that we've already gotten from Congress, the only thing that's mentioned in them about anybody not going to Epstein Island was Jeffrey Epstein saying that Bill Clinton was never there. No, I didn't see any. I didn't see an email where Jeffrey Epstein said that Trump was never there. The only email I saw referencing Trump was when Epstein said that he blew Bubba.
Want to talk about emails? $65,000 worth of hot dogs. Please explain that to us, man. It's in Obama's own emails.
So Obama sent. What does Obama spending $65,000 on hot dogs have to do with the conversation that we're having? What?
Oh, it has everything to do with it, brother. Why don't you look that up, man?
What does that have to do? Did you say educated?
Yeah.
Dude, it's pronounced educated.
I was trying to come down to where you would be able to understand me, bro.
By mispronouncing the word educated?
Hey,
you can't make this shit up. And by the way, it's worth repeating. This guy is not a troll.
No.
Oh, hey, did you know that Trump actually let all of those undocumented immigrants in the country?
Dude, we're going to start deporting Democrats.
Whoa. You can't deport me. I'm a citizen.
Well, I don't know if you support, defend, and vote for satanic Democrat pedophile cannibals. What does that make?
What? Satanic pedophile cannibals? What, dude? Did RFK like give you his brain worm or something? What the fuck? What the hell am I listening to right now? Dude, the dots aren't connecting. 1 second. The dots aren't connecting, brother. Let me put that hat on. Let me put that hat on. Brother.
Hey, I know it's multi-syllabic, bro, but it's called the adrenochrome.
Oh, dude, can I tell you a funny story? Hunter Biden actually gave me some adrenochrome when I met him at the White House last December.
Do you know where it comes from?
Oh, well, I'd assume, right, from the DNC, who also pays me.
Wow, dude, you just admitted that to everyone?
Oh, fuck, no! No, the DNC doesn't pay me. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. I legitimately didn't.
Dude,
No.
We're all good. Keep flapping those gums.
No, I didn't mean to say that. They don't pay me. They do not pay me. Okay, just ignore that. I have a question.
Dude, what a joke. No, I got a question. How come, why did they decide to run their worst presidential candidate the previous cycle without a primary?
Oh, okay. So if Kamala Harris was their worst presidential candidate and you couldn't even find as much as a parking ticket on her, then what does that make Donald Trump, considering the fact that he's an adjudicated rapist, 34-count felon that is boasted about sexually exploiting naked women and girls?
And beat you 3 times.
Oh, yeah. So you're saying that people voted for him 3 times and he was able to win the presidency 3 times.
No, he won all 3. He won all 3 elections.
Oh, buddy, you can't say that. He didn't. Okay. Oh, my God.
Really?
Yes.
No,
you
he
can't
did.
say that. No,
yes, he did.
Oh,
yeah, 3-time heavyweight champion of the world.
Oh, my fucking God. Charlie, thank you so much. One moment. Charlie, thank you for the $50 over on PayPal. I really appreciate you so much for the $50, Charlie. Charlie with the $50 didn't leave a message. Only the love. Thank you so much. Real quick, Stefan, can you thank Charlie for donating me $50?
Hey, Charlie, spend your money wisely. Send it to Trump.
No, he's going to send it to me instead. That's how he spends his money wisely.
Yeah, no, man.
Hey, man, Charlie. Hey, man, say
suck on some more adrenochrome, bro.
Well, the DNC hasn't sent me more yet, okay? Riley, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. He says, your debates have helped me clock my Trumpy D-writing family members. Thank you, Pookie. Well, Riley, thank you so much for the $20. Huge shout out to you. Show some love to Riley down below in that chat. Connor with a 1, Jasmine with a 5, Anna with a 1 cent, and Danielle, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. I'd also like to thank Isaac for the $10 on Venmo. He says, the dots are the dots. They're connecting. The Satanists and the cannibals. They're all connected. Thank you for the $10, Isaac. And Kelly, thank you so much for the $25 too. Thank you so much, Kelly. And yes, Kelly, I just read your donation. Feel free to send me that information over in an IGDM. Thank you for the $25. Let's get 250 Kelly W's. That is Kellie down below in that chat. Then Hugo, thank you for the $10, who says educated is an old jokey way of saying educated, by the way. I don't think he meant it as a joke. Thank you for the $10. But Jenna, thank you for the $5. Sierra with a 1. Kid with the 10 cents. Chad, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo, who says, goated, you really are, Chad. Brian with the $5, and then Whitney with the 10. Hey, my friend, I actually have a question for you, Stefan. Would you be willing to come back to my live after I restart it?
You got to call me Steven. It's not Stefan.
Okay, Steven.
You probably don't have a Bible. That's probably why you don't know how to pronounce it correctly, but that's okay. You know what I mean? I'm not going to hold that against you.
What are the first 4 books of the New Testament?
Are you kidding me? Dude.
What are they?
Please.
What are they?
Huh?
What are they?
Well, you tell me.
I'll name the first 2, and then you name the last 2. Matthew, Mark.
Luke and John.
Oh, wow. So you needed me to fill in the dots for you, then you could finish it off. Good boy.
Not at all. I love audience participation.
No, seriously, I do have to restart my live because you were talking about 2020 and it got me like a permanent restriction. So the live's no longer getting pushed out on the For You page. People can't find it in search results, so we have to restart it. Are you willing to come back?
Oh, man. Let's see. What time is it? 6:44.
Come on.
Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do for a minute. Yeah, I'll come back. Yeah, I'll come back for a minute. I'm getting ready to go to Washington D.C. in the morning, so
oh my God,
I'll be back, man.
Okay, Steven, you should just hang out with me until I end it, because I'm actually going to quickly go through the instructions for like the viewers on how to find it again. And if you follow the instructions, you'll also be able to get back in here super duper quickly. So first and foremost, everybody, if you want to come back after the restart, we have to do this because this fool down here was saying that Trump won 2020, got restricted from his info. Steven, when you come back, you can't do that. But first and foremost, hit that follow button in the top left-hand corner of the phone screen. Once you hit that button, you'll be able to find the new live on your following list. That's just a good fallback method. So make sure to do that. You could alternatively also, share my profile with yourself. That's another way that works. But the fastest way to come back after the restart is once the live ends, this is what your phone screen is going to look like. It's going to say live has ended, and then it will have my profile picture under it. If you click on that profile picture, if you go boop, it'll then send you over to my account page. And then once you're on my account page, literally count to 10, right? Pull down on my videos, then click into the new live through the profile picture once again, and you'll be back on the new live. Steven, did you catch those? Did you catch those instructions, Steven? Do you know how to come back?
That kind of sounded like a sobriety test.
Well, I don't know if you'll be able to do it then, buddy. You sound a little gone. Couple beers in.
Nah, bro, man, I quit drinking 10 years ago, man. Wow, it's all good. I got the kicks.
Patriot right here. All right, okay, well, Steven, I'll see you in 10 seconds. The restarts only take 10 seconds, okay? All right, I'll see you soon, brother. Here we go, guys. Restarting right now. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Shit. This guy's crazy. This guy, he's not a troll either. That's the craziest part. He's not a troll. He's not a troll. Chat. He's not a troll. It's insane. Yo, the boss, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube super chat. The boss with the $20 says, how does this person exist? How does this person have the same voting right as the rest of us on Earth? What am I listening to? No, I think that you're asking the right questions over there. I appreciate you for the $20, the boss. Huge shout out to you. Hey, everybody, please show some love to the boss for the $20 down below in that comment section. I really appreciate you so much for your kindness. Huge shout out to you. And right now we're waiting on Steven to come back. Welcome back in, everybody on TikTok. Let's see if Steven can find his way back to the queue. Let's see if Steven can find his way back to the queue. We'll give him a minute. I feel like he won't. I have a feeling here. I have an itching that Steven's not going to be able to find his way back. We are Charlie Kirk. I should ask him if he likes that song. He probably does. He probably loves it. Okay, can you guys let me know if you see Steven anywhere near Steven? If you're watching the live, make sure to drop a comment. Make sure to drop a comment. Say something. Let us know. Let us know. Okay, we're still waiting for Steven for the very first 6,000 people tuning back into the live stream. Super duper good to see you all. Still waiting on Steven. We're gonna give him around another 20 seconds here. We'll pull up somebody else in the meantime. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do. I love Donald Trump.
How old are you?
19, 2006.
You're okay. Big Trump fan over here. For everybody in the comment section spamming the lag, I'm not seeing any lag. I'm sorry. Just swipe in and out. Hopefully that should fix it. We're still waiting on getting Steve. Oh, there's Steven. Get back in that queue, little bro. We got to get Steven back up in here. Oh, wait. He was about to scream the N-word, so good thing we got him out there. Hello!
What's up? What's up?
Okay. We need to go over the rules before we hop back into the debate, okay?
Okay, yeah, no worries, man.
Okay, so 2020, are we going to mention it at all?
Nah, dude, we're good, man. We won it.
Yeah! Oh, no, Steve, you can't. Okay, I guess TikTok, the TikTok algorithm doesn't know who you're talking about when you say he won it. All right, so.
Well, that's why I said it.
Oh, okay. So
I'm smart like that.
Yeah, brother. Real patriot. So just don't talk about 2020 at all. QAnon conspiracy theories. No. Misinformation. No. Okay, Steven?
Yeah, no problem, man. I got all the facts, man. It's facts, not fiction with me, brother.
Okay. Let's start with a conversation about Zohran Mamdani. Do you think that he's a crazy Islamic jihadist that wants to take over America?
No, I just think, man, he's a Jewish Muslim man that freaking's dazed and confused.
Did you say Jewish Muslim?
Yeah, I did, man, as a matter of fact. And I said that to some knucklehead, man, the other day, and he turned around. He kind of put the kickstand down like I stuttered. I didn't stutter. That's exactly what he is. I mean, he was sitting there having, dinner and everything. I think his mom's Jewish, his dad's Jewish, somebody's Jewish. I couldn't.
Wait, are you saying like ethnically Jewish?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It came across my radar. Everybody said, "Put your eyeballs on it." I put my eyeballs on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Whatever. Okay. Just nonsense. Do you think that Donald Trump is sent by God?
Sent by God?
Yeah, to govern America.
Whose show is it?
What?
It'd be God's show, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So
you shot him in the face, and the guy stood up, didn't he?
So do you think that
that'd be a miracle in my book, wouldn't it?
So do you think that God redirected that bullet to hit the innocent firefighter?
No, not absolutely not, man. I mean, why would? God, dude, where the hell did you come up with?
Well, I mean, you're saying that God.
You're
saying that God
coming out of you,
buddy.
Nah, dude.
You're saying that God saved him, right? So, but that bullet hit the core composure.
That it was a miracle, that a Democrat would try to shoot him in the face, and then all of a sudden.
Wait, wasn't Thomas Crooks a registered Republican?
I don't think so, bro. Nope.
I don't know.
As a matter of fact, I look at his mom and dad. We look at the whole family, and isn't he one of them trans testicles? I think he might be a trans testicle.
What the fuck
There's
is
a bunch of them
what,
trans
dude?
testicles over there.
What the fuck is a trans testicle?
Well, man, I don't know. They start chopping off their stuff, man, like sushi. I couldn't tell you. You're a Democrat. Why don't you tell me?
Oh my God.
Gee whiz, dude.
Okay.
I mean, are you a boy or a girl?
Okay.
What do you identify as?
Okay. So first and foremost, trans testicle. That's a new one. That's new in my book. Second of all, okay, we don't call them those trans testicles. They're trans people. And third of all, no, Thomas Crooks was not trans. He was cis. And by the way, I just need to repeat this for everybody watching the stream. This guy is not a troll. You could go look at his public TikTok account. This dude has seriously been on this shit forever. Okay? This is not a troll. He's not trolling. This guy's real. Now go ahead and continue.
Oh man, I'm as real as it gets, brother. You know
Actually,
what I mean? We're
let's
sitting back making the popcorn, dude, just ready for Trump, man. After this, election coming up, the midterms, then it'll be the game on Donkey Kong.
Okay, wait, I have a question. How do you feel about Donald Trump calling for the execution of Democrats?
Calling for the execution of Democrats? I think they need to be tried and convicted first.
Well, I mean, he said hang them. Like if Biden said hang Republicans, any reasonable American would stop supporting him as president, right?
Well, here's the thing, man. The Republicans didn't invade our country with 20 million unvetted illegal alien scum.
God, Jesus Christ. Unvetted illegal scum, right? That are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes, 3 times less likely to commit property crimes, and 3.5 times less likely to commit any and all crimes. Plus, the economic contributions are massive, ranging from 1.1 through 1.7 trillion dollars.
Who commits 60%?
1.1 through 1.7 trillion dollars per year and pay over $100 billion per year in taxes. So I mean, I think for you to call a demographic of individuals who are disproportionately more likely to pay more in taxes and get less in benefits and help build the social and moral fabric of this country by being significantly less likely to commit any and all crimes, scum, is insane. But then you're going to turn around and you're going to call the actual rapist, the actual fraudster, the actual felon, the actual admitted and boasted sexual exploiter president. It's insane to me where your priorities lie.
Well, the line starts over there. There's no line cutting. If you cut in line, you're scum.
Okay, so if you cut in line, you're scum. Therefore, what does that make you if you sexually exploit girls? What does that make? So if you cut in line, you're scum. So what does that make you if you sexually exploit women and girls?
Well, it makes you a pedophile.
Well, can we agree that sexual exploitation would include the abuse of a position of power over the position of vulnerability of one else for the furtherance of unconsensual sexual conduct?
Dude, bro, listen.
Can we agree? Can you agree? No,
Obama.
No, Obama. That's the shit that's gonna get you banned. That's the shit that's gonna get you banned.
Okay.
No, Obama.
Okay,
Just answer my question. Can we agree?
Without a birth certificate.
Can we agree? No, listen. Can we agree? Oh my God. Can we? Oh my
He's
God.
Married to a trans testicle.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Just breathe. You could go 3 picoseconds without shouting the craziest conspiracy theories ever conceived of at all time, okay? You could go 3 picoseconds without it, okay? Like, I have to address all of the harmful, like, disinformation that you're espousing. But when you're espousing so much, it makes my job hard, okay? First point of order. You said that Obama doesn't have a birth certificate. He released it. A birth certificate from Hawaii. And he shouldn't have even needed to do that. The birther myth is racism. Second point of order. You said that his wife is trans. Michelle Obama is a cis woman. My evidence is the kids that she birthed. Okay? Right? And quite frankly, the only reason, right, why you say she's trans, why you say she looks masculine, right, is because she's black. That is anti-black racist bullshit. All right? Now, I want to ask a question that I've been trying to ask for a little bit. Can you agree that sexual exploitation would include the abuse of one's position of power over the position of vulnerability of one else for the furtherance of unconsensual sexual conduct?
Well, yeah.
Okay. Would a good example of this being the owner of a beauty pageant unconsensually barging into the dressing rooms at said beauty pageant because he owns it to then take advantage of the position of vulnerability that the women and girls in that space are in by looking at them while they're naked?
Well, no, I would have thought, man, that Clinton sticking that cigar.
No Clinton, no Obama, no Clinton, no Obama. Just stay on track.
Why can't we talk about either one of those?
We can, just in separate conversations, one topic at a time.
Well, yeah, I mean, dude, it doesn't matter, dude. We're gonna keep on winning. You know what I'm saying?
No. Can you agree that an example of sexual exploitation would be the male owner of a beauty pageant unconsensually barging into the dressing rooms to take advantage of the naked women and girls in that space by looking at them unconsensually?
Dude.
Yes or no?
94. No.
No, that's not sexual exploitation. How so?
No, because it never happened. I mean, you're fabricating.
Oh,
you're making stuff up.
Wait. I could prove that it happened because Trump literally admitted to it.
Country, we say hello with vagina. And
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
you're like
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
What?
You just heard him admit to it.
Yeah. Bro, he does what he wants, when he wants, how he wants, to who he wants, as many times as he wants. And you guys still don't understand that for some reason. I mean, think about this, brother. More Democrats.
Does that even warrant a response?
No, brother. I mean, the thing is that...
So you understand that when you do what you want, when you want, right, to like a woman, in the context of like sexual behaviors, even when she doesn't want it or she didn't consent, that's like sexual violence, right?
Bro, you always get a yes every single time.
If you think you always get a yes every single time, then you're probably guilty of like raping someone yourself.
Oh, brother, I'm just that good looking. Look at you, man. There's no wonder. You're probably a homo, aren't you?
This guy is too far gone. This guy is way too far gone. Like I don't even. Yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and get him out. Yo, YG, I appreciate you so much for the $20 over on YouTube. I appreciate you so much for the love, YG. Show some love to YG down below in that chat. YG with the $20 says, this is the MAGA final boss. I don't think I've ever spoken to somebody more insane than him. I think that he takes the cake. Like, almost like by like a landslide. Like, I think that guy like takes the cake by a landslide. And I think that's going to be predicated on like the conversation that I had with him, but also it's like what I know he would have said if we were to talk about more topics. Like if we were to start talking about black people, woof. If we're going to start talking about gay people, woof. If we were going to start talking about like women and like if he thinks that like men are better than women, woof. You know what I mean? Like I think that guy by far is the craziest person that's ever been on this live by a landslide. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Oh, fuck. That's why you don't pop open doors.
Hello? He's playing video games or something. Okay.
Yeah.
Moving on to the next guest here, folks. We're going to go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box right now. Hello, Parker.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
Sorry, I would literally like fucking what's it called? Trying to get like some mucus out of my chest, bro.
Yeah, how you feeling, man?
Bro, I'm like I feel pretty sick, but I mean I don't feel like so horrible where I can't do live, but I hate being sick, bro. It's literally the worst thing in the world.
And you're just on day 1 of your sickness?
Yeah, I just got sick today. My girlfriend, it took a few days to load, bro.
Oh shit!
When my girlfriend left.
Yeah, Parker, you might be cooked.
I know.
You might be cooked.
I know, it's unfortunate too, because I'm like, I just like I really like it's like the worst ever to like go live to try and think and to be sick.
Yeah, I mean, I just got done with that myself. I know how it is. It's not fun at all. Right? It is not fun at all. Just be careful, especially if you start like losing your voice. Take it easy. I made the mistake of like continuing to go live even though I was losing my voice, and I extended the pain quite a bit. I extended the sickness and the loss of my voice quite a bit because I didn't take it easy. Yeah, anyways, welcome up, Parker. If you want to coast for a little, feel free to hang out. If not, if you're not feeling 100 OP, feel free to drop down. No worries, bro. We get it. But what is...
It'll be fun. I've been doing emergency. I've been doing like Pedialyte, staying like hydrated. I've got some like apple cider, honey, and like some stuff essentially to like keep me going. But
okay, all right.
Yeah, I'm trying my hardest.
Yeah, sounds good. What's up, discernment detective? Do you support Trump?
I would have to answer that as I support the current president just like I supported the last president. I might not agree with everything, but as an American citizen and a veteran, I took an oath to support the president no matter who it was.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
Where does it say that you have to support the president no matter who they are?
Well,
Chat.
technically,
One second. Chad, don't.
Well, are they making fun of my my stutter? Of course they are, because that's exactly what the left does.
Yeah, guys, don't.
And because they claim ableism against anyone else, but then they use it themselves to try to dehumanize.
Well, I would argue that the people in the chat making fun of your stutter are guilty of exactly what you're describing. However, I wouldn't argue that this is true as a generalization on the left, but it would definitely be true of the specific individuals in the chat making fun of your stutter.
So I guess I'll just drop out because apparently people have no respect for people that are different.
No, man, you're more than welcome to be up here. I have a stutter myself. I went through speech impediment for it when I was younger. It comes out a little bit more when I'm talking to somebody with a stutter. So if I like start stuttering a lot when I'm talking to you, just know that I'm like not trying to make fun of you. It's just because I also have a stutter, and for the most part, it's pretty dormant and I could control it pretty good. But when I talk to somebody with a more pronounced stutter than my own, I start going crazy. So if that happens, apologies in advance. But
I sound really bad if I try to enunciate it. People think that I'm speaking down to them when I speak methodically.
Listen, man, we're only going to shit on you for the things that you can control, like your political ideologies, not a speech impediment. All right. So, chat, don't shit on his speech impediment. It's weird. It's fucked. He was right when he said it's contradictory. to, like the values of being anti-ableist. 110%. He was right. He was right. But having a conversation about why you support Trump. So you said you just support him because he's the current serving commander in chief. So referencing that, no, you're not like obligated to support whoever the current president is. In fact, I would argue that if you truly want what is best for this country, then what you should do is hold presidents accountable when they're doing things that are bad, when they're doing things that are wrong. And because Donald Trump is driving this country into the
you need to
into the ground
quantify
and-
what
into the
you
ground
mean by
right now.
bad
Okay.
and what you mean by wrong, because those are subjective measurements, and so you would have to quantify exactly what you're referring to.
Okay, so like a couple really bad and wrong things that Trump has done so far in his second administration would include refusing to abide by a court order to feed 16 million starving American children. In his first administration, when he launched an attack against our capital on January 6th, tried to coup our government and rig the outcome of a federal election. When he graped E. Jean Carroll, or when he used his position of the office of the presidency to call for the execution of Democrats like a week ago. All right, these are all like very, very, very like bad and wrong things that he's done.
Did he? No. I think that what he said about the Democrats was stupid, and I think what the Democrats said was also stupid, because both of them were that walk to the line and don't cross it, and so both sides are completely wrong there. It's rhetoric. It's rhetoric.
You
Let
said
me
that
land
you
this
said that
plane,
you took
man.
an
Let me
oath.
land this plane, man. Let me land the plane. That's all I'm asking. And I mean, I didn't interrupt you, so. When we use political rhetoric to stir up controversy and to stir up your base, that's not the way our system was designed, and it's the way our system has been perverted.
Okay, so when you say that like they're equally as wrong on both sides, or that it was bad on both behalfs, I find that to just be a deplorable, disgusting statement. I find there to be such a significant and drastic difference between the President of the United States of America calling for the execution of his political opponents and Democrats in Congress that served, just like you, saying that members of our military should refuse to abide by unlawful orders. In fact, you as a veteran yourself should absolutely agree with the sentiment perpetuated by those Democrats and myself. You should disobey unlawful orders. And if you disagree with him telling you that, then you disagree with your own oath, because your oath tells you to only abide by lawful orders, and when an order conflicts with law, to follow the law.
Okay. I was on the border of Rwanda back in 1994, and we were ordered not to engage any enemies unless they crossed a specific line. And we watched children and women and men be gunned down, be run over, be murdered 10 feet from that line. And I saw a two-star general running up and down the line saying, "You are under direct orders not to engage." Should we have disobeyed that order to save those lives?
Well, I find this to be a different question and unrelated
Why?
to anything else.
No,
Can
because you
you
said
let me
about
finish speaking?
lawful orders. Sorry, I apologize. You're right.
Can you let me finish speaking? I find this to be completely irrelevant to Democratic senators saying that the military should refuse to abide by unlawful orders. But like in that scenario, I would personally refuse that order. But that'd just be because of some moral obligation that I think I would have to like save the most innocent life as possible. But that's completely like unrelated, right, to Donald Trump calling for the death of these Democrats for just saying that you should refuse to abide by unlawful orders.
Well, his tweet specifically said what? It said sedition is punishable by execution.
Yeah, but he said
didn't
that what they were
go
engaging
execute
in.
them.
But yes,
he said that in his opinion they were, but that would be the opinion of the courts that would have to do it. If he said bring charges, and then the court said they were guilty of sedition by a preponderance of the evidence, would you support their conviction, or would you say no, they're on my team, I won't support that?
What you're asking me is if they did something that they didn't do.
No, you don't know what they've done. You know what the video said. And I agree that the video did not cross that line.
Okay, well, Donald Trump said it
agree
did.
with that.
Donald Trump said because of what they said in that video, they should be executed, publicly hung.
And that's why I disagree with him on that. And I made that very clear at the beginning.
Right. Do you think that any reasonable American would stop supporting Biden as president if he baselessly called for the execution of his political opponents?
No, absolutely not. You wouldn't have.
They wouldn't stop supporting him?
You wouldn't have.
But wouldn't you call me unreasonable if I were to do that? Which, by the way, I would. But if I didn't stop supporting him, I'd be unreasonable, right?
Okay, so you're saying that if somebody says or does one thing that you don't support, you should throw away everything else that they're doing.
I think if that one thing is of this amount of gravity, absolutely.
Did he arrest anyone?
No, he didn't. Well, actually, right now they are being investigated by the Pentagon, and it is possible that one of them may be court-martialed.
You're talking about a possibility of something. So they haven't arrested anybody. So
I think him just merely calling for the death on its own is enough.
Okay, so where is that? Okay, so what law are you saying he violated? Which U.S. statute?
I don't know if it's a violation of the law for the president to call for the death of his political opponents. That doesn't mean that I don't think it's incredibly immoral. Like, for instance,
okay, it can be immoral.
For instance, in like multiple states, it's not a violation of state law for a 40-year-old to marry a 14-year-old with the consent of the 14-year-old's parents. However, I'd argue that that's still like incredibly wrong. And if like a president, right, were to like engage in child marriage in one of these states and marry a 14-year-old, I'd argue that any reasonable American should stop supporting them, even though it's illegal. Right? So even if it is illegal for Donald Trump to call for the deaths of these Democrats, I'd still argue that any reasonable American should stop supporting them as president.
So you are not calling for the impeachment of Donald Trump because of these tweets?
I mean, I would like him to be impeached because of these tweets, but
under what law did he violate?
Just allow me to finish speaking. I would like him to be impeached because of these tweets. I'd like him to be thrown out of office because of these tweets, but I'm not like a legal professional, so I couldn't tell you if it violates a law or not. But like, hopefully it does, right?
I don't care if it does or doesn't. I mean, I think that it's a moot point that our news cycle is going to disappear in a week or two or three, because that's just the way our cycle works, and
completely irrelevant.
So it's
wait, I have a question. If Joe Biden did this, would you advocate for him to be impeached?
No.
You'd be totally okay with Joe Biden calling for the execution of some Republicans?
Yes. We had a guy in New Jersey that did, and he got elected. It's already been proven that it doesn't matter if you call for the death of your opponents.
So you would have no problem with...
I would have a moral outrage, but
Okay.
not a legal or a justification. We live in a country of laws, and those laws are established, and if we do not apply the law equally across the board for everybody, then it's not fair.
Well, then wouldn't this be reason to not support him? And two, there are plenty of times when Donald Trump's undermined the constitutionally protected rights of Americans and not abide by the legal process, especially with immigration. But the point that we're making is that, at least you understand the point we're making?
Yes, you're saying that the moral outrage of the action is reason enough to stop supporting Donald Trump and to turn and to actively oppose him. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, so why don't you agree with that position?
Because I believe that one moral failing does not make something completely bad. Otherwise, I'd have to say that Bill Clinton should have been immediately thrown out of government, and we should have ostracized him because of what he did by cheating on his wife, which is a moral failure just on the same level. And if morality doesn't care about the severity, it either is right or it's wrong. It's black and it's white.
No. Severity does matter. I think that's a ridiculous idea to say that severity doesn't matter. Let me ask you this question. Do you think someone who committed child rape should be do you think that people should not support them?
If somebody committed that act
for president,
that person would go to jail, and then if they got out of jail after completing their thing and they were able to convince enough people to get them elected, then that's not on me.
Wait, no, I'm asking you, do you think people should support them in that context, or should they not?
Support them in that context. Okay, so what you're doing, you're trying to back me into a corner to... I agree with you that we shouldn't support somebody that's a child rapist. That's my personal morals.
Okay. Well, then you just
others do.
I'm sorry, but you just acknowledged then that just because something's a quote unquote moral failure doesn't mean it's not reason to not support them. Because you just said that all moral failures should be looked at the very same and that there's no difference in severity.
Yeah. So you just affirmed that you were wrong. That there is a difference in severity of like moral wrongdoing.
There's no difference in severity.
Wait. Okay. If there's no difference, if there's no difference in the severity of moral wrongdoings, do you think that child rape is just as severe as lying?
Yes. Both lead to death. Prove me wrong.
So if you had a child and they had lied and then they were raped, you would argue that them being raped was just as wrong as them lying to you about eating a cookie.
From a morality stance, yes.
You're just a sick person.
Why?
Sick person.
Because I believe that
You're just
any
such-
moral
you're just-
turpitude is without the sanctification of Christ is bad.
You're
We have a
just
separation from God.
You are such an unbelievably sick, crazy person. I hope that
Because
you're
I
not a
believe
father.
in God.
I hope that you're not a father.
I have 3 children. I am a great father.
You're not.
Really?
If
Would you like me to get one of my kids and they can go ahead and talk to you?
If you're gonna sit here and tell me, right, that a young child lying about
Okay.
eating a cookie when in all reality they didn't, would be just as morally wrong as that young child being raped by one of their teachers, you're sick.
Now you're moving the goalposts. You've changed your scenario.
I didn't.
A young child, you have to define young. Are we talking like a 2-3-year-old, which doesn't have the intellectual capacity?
Talking about
Okay, so that's not a young child. That's a kid. That's an adolescent. That's a teen. That is someone that can go to war.
Hey,
in
13-year-olds
dozens
are
and
young
dozens of-
children. You fucking absolute insane person. You don't think 13-year-olds are young kids?
Okay. Compared to me, sure. Compared to you, no.
What? Even compared to us, yes. What?
No, it's not.
I'm sorry. Do you understand the developmental distinction between a 23-year-old and a 13-year-old?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Probably greater than you do.
Clearly not.
Really? Okay.
Okay, because you didn't say that they're young children.
Do you want to appeal to authority? You want to start throwing out?
Nothing to do
You want
with
to start
appealing
throwing
to
out
authority.
degrees? You want to start throwing out degrees?
I
You wanna
never
start
throw
throwing out
any
things like that?
degree. I
No,
never
I'm
throw
saying
out any
You're
authority.
saying that I don't have the knowledge that I do.
I'm saying what you just said is
I don't
absurd.
believe with you. You're upset because I don't believe you. I don't agree.
A
I
13-year-old
don't
is a
agree
young
with
child.
you.
I think it's obvious that a 13-year-old is a young child.
Was a 13-year-old a young child 700 years ago?
I considered them a young child 700 years ago.
Okay, so are you against Islam?
Yeah, I'm against.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
I've
against
never
Islam.
seen-
I'm against
I've never seen
Judaism.
either of
I'm
you
against
going
all
out
the
and
different
talking
Abrahamic
about
religions
Islam.
because I'm an atheist.
Are you an atheist or are you agnostic?
I'm an agnostic atheist.
Okay, well, an atheist means not a theist, no belief in a god. An agnostic is I don't know. So are you I don't know,
don't
or
know
you don't
and I
believe
don't
in a god?
believe.
Okay, oh my gosh.
That's completely consistent with each other. I'm sorry. You
Okay,
don't understand.
and so are you a moral relativist as well or not?
I believe
Because
that
an
morality is
atheist-
subjective. Yeah.
Okay, so then how can you say that lying and that your moral subjectivity of what lying is and what and grape is has any more validity than my theist belief that morality isn't?
Can 15-year-old girls consent to sex?
Depends on what country you're in. Not in my household. How's that? For me and mine, I say no.
Is a 30-year-old man having sex with a 15-year-old girl always rape?
No, because you have different laws in different countries.
Fuck are you talking? No, I'm asking
if
you.
you
We're
just
asking
go-
you.
if you-
Wait, hold up. Stop. We're asking you on your moral prescription. Do you yourself prescribe it to be grape? We're not asking you what the law says. We're asking you what you think.
You're
personal
talking about
belief?
statutory grape, or are you talking about because
What do you fucking think we're talking about? Yes, it's statutory grape for a 30-year-old to grape a 15-year-old.
In some contexts, yes.
In all contexts. What the fuck do you mean some context? What the fuck do you mean?
What state are you in?
That doesn't fucking matter.
Sure, it does.
What are
Why
you
aren't
talking
you at? Why aren't you at
You
the
fucking
at the
sick
door
piece
of-
of shit. What do you mean in some places that it's not grape for a 30-year-old to assault a 15-year-old? What are you talking about?
Oh my god, you're okay. If a 30-year-old woman has sex with a 15-year-old student, is that grape?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, good. All right. If a 60-year-old woman has sex with a 30-year-old man without his consent, is that grape?
Yes.
Okay. So you say that 15-year-olds cannot consent, which I agree with. Can a 15-year-old consent to a sex change operation or hormone therapy?
No one's saying a 15-year-old can get a surgery. If you're talking about, like, see, when I was 16 years old, I got Accutane. Me being able to get Accutane as a 16-year-old is not a reason that some fucking 30-year-old could have assaulted me. You disgusting fuck. Me going to my doctor with my parents. Shut up. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus, and I'm not even Christian.
Lord Jesus, I just call
Jesus, Jesus wouldn't even agree with you. Wait, I'm sorry. Do you think you're being Christian right now?
Cannot use anything but profanity. And I don't understand why.
Shut the fuck up. I don't give a fucking flying shit. Fuck you. Honestly, fuck you. Fuck.
Jesus loves you.
Jesus would fucking rebuke you.
Jesus loves you. Jesus loves you. And it doesn't matter if you don't love him, he loves you.
Jesus doesn't fucking love you because Jesus isn't fucking alive right now. Jesus is dead.
He's sitting at the right hand of the Father.
Okay, well, you believe that. You have no evidence.
You don't have you want me to prove a negative then?
What did that mean? What do you mean prove a negative?
You're saying that he isn't somewhere. Prove it.
Okay, yeah. So do you think that God is perfect?
Do I think that God is perfect? Yes.
Okay. Do you think that we exist in a world that is imperfect?
Yes.
Okay. Could God decide to go from a perfect state to an imperfect state if he's perfect? Would it make sense for him to desire a state that is flawed over a state that is flawless if he is perfect and he has flawless desires?
Yes.
That's incoherent because
No, it isn't.
He desires something in which has less desirable characteristics or a lack of desirable characteristics.
Just by the way, Parker, you don't have an obligation to engage in a debate on theism with somebody that thinks it's not always wrong for a 30-year-old to rape a 15-year-old. I'd like to make that clear. You're not under any type of stressor or obligation to entertain a syllable that comes out of this man's mouth. And in fact, I mean, I think we're just gonna kick you. I think that's
what a coward does. Have a great day, guys.
Well, let me tell you what a coward does. Well, that's what a coward does. He left on his own. I think that the right. Well, let me rephrase that. Some people on the right are trying to normalize pedophilia. Some people on the right are trying to normalize child sex exploitation. Some people on the right are trying to normalize rape. Because Donald Trump is guilty of many of these sins, and we're expecting the likely future to learn that he's guilty of more with the release of the files. In a way that a lot of, the D1 MAGA cult members have responded to this fact is to try to normalize them by trying to debate them. And I'll debate a lot of things. There's a lot of things that I debate on a daily basis that in all reality shouldn't be debated. Like the sexual exploitation of women and girls in Miss Teen USA and Miss USA, for example, that realistically shouldn't be a topic of debate. And the only reason why it is because so many people in this country truly defend it. But I think that because child rape is so heinous, I mean, it's child rape, that entertaining a debate on the morality of child rape, I guess, just kind of helps swing the pendulum in the direction that they want it to go in by suggesting that maybe it's normal enough to be debated. Like we had this on live maybe 2 weeks ago, where someone had came up here and asked why is child rape wrong? Then it seems like maybe something similar just happened with that last guest. It's not always wrong to rape children. It's just as wrong as maybe telling a white lie when it is wrong. I feel like those kinds of conversations shouldn't be platformed. So we're not going to talk to that guy. We're just going to move on to the next guest. Fuck, man. I'm past the point of listening to that shit and getting like explosively angry because I've just heard it so much now. It honestly just like makes me like, for a lack of a better word, like feel depressed, man. You know, it just makes me feel so defeated. And I genuinely like, I just, you know, we're not going to entertain that. Let's go to move on to the next guest. We got Chris letting up into the box. God, I hate knowing that is where we're at as a country. And there's so many people out there defending that. It's just, it's truly a dystopian reality. Truly a dystopian reality that we live in. Welcome in, Chris. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do, buddy.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
20? What year were you born in?
2005.
All right. A couple of people to thank you from the last 40 minutes. Michael, thank you for the $10 over on Vim. I appreciate you for that love, Michael. I appreciate you for being here. Thank you for your support. And then Taylor, thank you so much for the $10 as well on Venmo. Who says, love you, Dean. I love you too, Taylor. Thank you, Michael and Taylor. Show some love to Michael and Taylor down below. Ella, thank you for the $5. Sarah, appreciate you so much for the $2. Michael, again, with another $10 for dealing with a Slim Jim Macho Man guess. I'd assume that you're referencing back to Steven. That motherfucker was insane. Thank you for the $10, Michael. Jada, thank you so much for the $5. And Kelly, thank you so much for the $10 as well, saying that you sent me those pictures over on Discord. Okay, I'll check them out, Kelly. Thank you so much for the $10. Let's get 100 Kelly W's down below in that chat and 100 Evelyn W's down below as well, who says, Dean, you're going to get this account banned by talking to this crazy guy. Evelyn's donation was 30 minutes ago, so she's talking about Steven. And actually, Steven got me another live restriction and 2 flags for hate speech. Yeah, Steven was nuts. Hey, Phoebe, I really appreciate you for the $15 as well on Venmo, who says it's scary to think that there's people like Steven out there. Thank you for standing up for women. Well, Phoebe, thank you for being here. Thank you for your support. Thank you for the love. Show some love to Phoebe down below in that chat for the 15, and show some love to Allie as well for the $10. Thank you so much, Allie. Heather with a 2, Jenna with a 5, Rachel with a $25, who says, if this guy is saying that the only thing matters when supporting a president is that they didn't do anything illegal, the bar's in hell. Also, the guy's a felon. Right. You know, if the only thing that matters for the president is not breaking the law, well, then still yet in accordance with that view, Trump is a bad president, since he has. Like you said, he's a felon. Thank you for the $25, Rachel. I genuinely, truly appreciate you for your kindness. Show some love to Rachel down below for the 25. And Jody for the $25 too, saying that this guy's nuts. Yeah, very fucking nuts. Thank you for the $25, Jody and Rachel. Show some love to Jody and Rachel. The Michaela, thank you for the $15. Taylor, thank you for the 5. Abigail with a 3. And Madeline with a 5. You guys are awesome, awesome, awesome. And then I think I had a really big, oh my God, donation over here on PayPal. Jesus Christ, brother. Amanda, thank you so much for the $100 over on PayPal. Amanda, that is crazy. Show some fucking love to Amanda down below for the $100. Thank you. Thank you so much for your kindness. Amanda, the 100 big ones, says, appreciate you risking the TikTok community guidelines to take the time to try to reason with somebody who's so obviously unreasonable. Keep fighting the good fight. Amanda sent that donation in when we first started talking to Steven. We quickly got to observe how fast he devolved into far beyond repair. Ryan, I appreciate you for the $20 as well on PayPal, who says Steven's the reason why we choose the bear. The last two guys are definitely the reasons why many people choose the bear. Ryan, thank you for the $20. Let's get 200 Ryan W's. Thank you so much for your kindness. A couple more people over on PayPal real quick. Charlotte, thank you for the 5. Kaylee, thank you for the 1. And Lisa, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, I recently posted a video about the right normalizing the essay of kids to protect Trump. I agree we should not platform them. It is the only responsible thing to do. Lisa, thank you for the $20 and for your comments, and show some love to Lisa. And then Juliana, thank you for the $5, who says, can you shout out my friend Grace? Shout out to Grace. And Lemon, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, who said 16-year-old women, ? Caller just said 16-year-old women. I didn't even catch that. Yeah, dude, some Megyn Kelly shit right there. Holy shit. And then Nicholas, thank you for the $20 as well in Super Chat, who says, if a general's order in the military is to not engage actually happens, it would have been lawful anyways. Moot point. Yeah. Well, I appreciate you so much for the $20. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate you guys. Anyways, to hop into the debate at this point, by the way, if you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on the top of the phone screen or in the pinned comment over on YouTube. At this point, let's go ahead and hop into the debate. Chris, tell me and Parker why you support Trump as president.
Yeah, I mean, I mainly support his policies, just on immigration and abortion.
AJ James, I've already debated you.
Okay, grifting motherfucker. Like,
why are you calling me a
you're
grifter?
you're lobbied by the DNC, you and Parker.
What do you?
That's why you had Mom Donnie up the other day.
Wait 1 second. I did have Mom Donnie on the stream a while back. A lot of Democrats don't really like Mom Donnie.
A week and a half ago.
So, if anything, wouldn't that like give you some reason to believe that I'm not paid by the DNC?
You're definitely paid by the DNC.
What is
They're going to be socialist here soon.
What is your evidence?
Socialist,
what is your evidence that I'm paid by the DNC?
You had Mom Donnie up. You've been on,
So I had
Jubilee.
Mom Donnie on my stream, but like Mom Donnie being on my stream doesn't mean that I'm paid by the DNC. That's a very like weak argument.
No, you're not getting paid like in checks.
And it said thank you for the $2 over at PayPal from the DNC. Amber with a $1. Appreciate you guys for the.
That's not what I mean. I don't mean you're getting paid.
You said I was getting lobbied.
Indirectly lobbied. Indirectly lobbied, like through the media.
So I think that you're going to need to give a little bit more of a clear description than that.
I mean, you know what I mean.
I don't know what you mean. Could you be more clear?
They're pushing you in the media.
How's the DNC pushing me in the media?
There's news conferences.
Yo, Lori, thank you for the $25 over on PayPal. Thank you for the love, Lori. Show some love to Lori down below in that comment section for the $25 donation. And Mayor, thank you for the $5 on PayPal saying for the DNC payroll. Thank you so much, Lori and Madeline. Sorry, not Mayor. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just got, a DNC paycheck, so.
Dude, I mean, you love grifting. Like,
wait,
you're gonna do anything for the money. I mean, like,
accepting
it's absurd.
accepting
It's
donations.
actually gross. It's gross.
Accepting donations doesn't make me a grifter, but it does make you pissed off. Which is maybe why people are donating.
You frame the way you talk to prey on people with money.
Wait, how do I prey on people with money?
Yeah,
Wait, tell me after I thank Andrew for the $5 over on Venmo for the paycheck from the DNC. Thank you so much.
You know exactly how.
I'm not sure I do. How do I prey on people with money?
Yeah, you frame your responses to
Christian,
make people feel bad
thank you for the $5 over at Venmo from the DNC. Thank you, Christian. How so?
You want people to make feel bad for you.
How do I make people feel bad for me?
You do. You make people
Can you give me an
feel bad
example?
for you. You take the grief of other people and you like act like it hurts you, and then we all know you're Republican, being like.
I mean, I'm not really like tracking, but maybe you could give an example.
I mean, every time anything is brought up about abortion or women's rights, you're like a fucking feminist. You're sitting over here like a little boy.
So you're arguing that I'm a
good
grifter
boy
because I'm a feminist?
Yeah,
that argument fell through there pretty quick, bud. I think at the end of the day, I'm just gonna keep it real with you, Chris. The only reason why you accuse me of being a grifter,
buddy.
the only reason why you accuse me of being a grifter is because you see that I'm ultimately significantly more intelligent than you, significantly better at debating than you too, and then the cherry on top.
That's why you've conceded to me before, buddy.
And that's why you're interrupting me right now, buddy. Right? That's what I thought. Really, I gagged just super quickly. Like I said, high IQ, low IQ, big difference. But the cherry on top of being more intelligent than you, being a better debater than you, is the fact that individuals will watch what we do here and they'll donate via the link tree in my bio, Venmo and PayPal. Check it out if you want. And that pisses you off so much to the extent of crashing out, screaming, "Dean, you're a grifter! You're a grifter! You prey on the people to get their money!" It's weak, bro. It's also very embarrassing. Hey, Brent, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you for letting me prey on you, Brent. Brent with the $20 says, W grassroot grifting. Let's fucking go, Brent. Show some love to Brent down below for the $20. I'm so happy that I had the opportunity to prey on you. Crystal, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal, who says, I feel so badly for you. Take my DNC funds. Thank you for feeling so bad for me, Crystal. Thank you for letting me pray for you. Show some love to Crystal in that chat for the $10. And Maria, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, your DNC partial payment. Let's go. WDNC. W prayed on Maria. Danielle, thank you for the $5. Alex, thank you for the 2 pennies. Don with the $5 on PayPal from the Radical Left Lunatic. CC with the $2 from the DNC. And Lori, thank you for the $25. Daisy with the $2.50. Carissa with the $5 just to support the grift. Thank you so much for supporting the grift, Carissa. Daniel with the $5. Chad, thank you for the $5. Christian with the $5. And it looks like we're all caught up. I really appreciate you guys allowing me to prey on you. I really appreciate allowing me to, exploit your bank accounts here into grift.
Chris, can you just leave us alone?
Can you leave me alone? You fucking...
Tracy, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, here's some free money, you grifter. Thank you for supporting the grift, Tracy. Let's get 200 big Tracy W's in the chat for the $20. Go ahead and respond to Parker there, Chris. I didn't mean to cut you off.
It's brainwashed. It's brainwashed that these people are giving you money.
Oh, Jalen, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, who says, keep grifting. Thank you.
On this, Chris, you've just been repeating the same thing over and over again. I don't understand why you keep doing this.
SJ, thank you for the $5 on PayPal, SJ, and Brooke with the $5 who says going to donate to the left in honor of Chris. Thank you for allowing me to brainwash you, Brooke and SJ. Can you thank SJ and Brooke for allowing me to brainwash them?
Dude, I mean, I applaud them for being so low
thank you for the $5.
that they get brainwashed by this.
Oh, so
I feel bad for them.
everybody that donates
I
to me is
pity
low
them.
IQ? Everybody that donates
I
to me is
do
low
pity
IQ?
them.
Oh shit, Evelyn just donated $10 over on PayPal saying, please kick this guy. So you pity Evelyn because you think that she has a low IQ?
Yes, yeah. I mean, I feel bad for people with low IQ.
Oh my God, yeah. Oh yeah, no, Evelyn, thank you for being low IQ. Thank you for supporting the grift and sending $10. Make sure to show some love to Evelyn.
I mean, are you not trying to make as much money as possible?
Yeah, no, I'm trying to make all the big bands, just grifting away. I actually have a question though. So if you think that like I'm preying on the people that donate, they're being taken advantage of. I'm exploiting their emotions and their low IQ. I could actually give you Evelyn's PayPal for you to send her $10 back to ensure that she's not like the victim of a scam. Would you like it?
I mean, didn't you get your gifts like suspended because like you were scammed? They were saying you were like grifting.
Oh, or no. So earlier I got my gift suspended for 10 minutes for quote unquote low engagement. I don't even know what that means. But like, once again, you think that I'm exploiting Evelyn. You think that I'm preying on Evelyn, and you think that Evelyn is low IQ and like she's a victim of a scam here. So do you want to reimburse the victim of the scam? Could I give you Evelyn's PayPal? Could you help her out because she was scammed?
I've already reported you to the IRS. Like,
oh, that's not.
I've done my best to help her.
Well, I mean, no, you could do even better to help Evelyn by sending her $10 back.
No, I mean that's not how that
Maggie
works.
just donated $2 over
to the
on Venmo.
FBI or
Wait,
something.
could you
I would report it
what
to
about
the fraud?
So Maggie just donated 2. Evelyn just donated 10. All right, and by the way, so it's actually not
Start a class action.
It's actually not illegal to accept donations. Did you know that?
No, it's illegal to grift. Or it's immoral. It's immoral.
Oh, okay. So you think that me accepting investments for my business here, right? That's what we're doing. Investments, seed funding.
Your
is immoral.
griftness?
Wait. Like for instance, Synthesis. Thank you so much for the Thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. Who says best grifter on the talk? I appreciate you for that love, Synthesis. Let's get 200 Synthesis W's in that chat. So can you tell me how Synthesis willingly choosing to donate me $20 is like illegal?
And actually, wait, Chris, who's a bigger grifter, me or Dean?
Definitely Dean, but like I said earlier, Dean is way faker than you.
#1 grifter on TikTok, apparently. Oh, Chris.
Oh, for sure. I mean, all the leftists hate you guys. All the real leftists, like, you guys want to be woke so bad to grift even more.
Chris,
the leftists hate you.
Can you say something new? You've already said this a million times.
I told you this. I'm letting Dean know.
I know.
I'm letting Dean know.
Yeah, shut up, buddy. Synthesis, I appreciate you for another $20. Thank you, Synthesis, who says, to Chris, oh, the tears of unfathomable sadness. Appreciate you so much. With another $20 too. Says once again to Chris, your tears are so yummy and sweet. Matthew, thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal investing in this scam. Tasha, thank you so much for the $10. Who says to please kick the to please kick this fuck and tell him to get any other hobby besides crashing out in your lives. Yeah, just a very jealous little man. Very jealous little man. Naila, thank you for the $1. Daisy with the $1. Hannah with the $1. And Emmeline, thank you for the $10. Who says for all the girls under that flag, and it's a trans flag. Well, I appreciate you for being here. Thank you for the $10, and Catherine with the $10 as well. Oh, and Kiara, thank you for the $30 over at Venmo. Thank you, Kiara, who says he's mad because we have money to spend on our favorite person. Well, thank you so much. I mean, apparently I just scammed you. Apparently that's illegal. So, Chris, do you want to like stop whining? First and foremost, W to all the donors. Seriously, I really appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much for the kindness. Show some love to the donors in the chat. Do you want to stop like whining and like actually like engage? Like, this is
I mean,
embarrassing.
you want to know what's crazy is you guys started to convince me to go more towards the left into all this bullshit and contradicting bullshit and grifting and
Wait,
idiotic lobbying. Like it's just obvious, like in everybody's faces that you're being lobbied to be pointed towards certain views. Well, because you guys have conceded to me before, I don't need to debate you again for real. Like I need to call you out on your bullshit. It's disgusting. It's disgusting.
Why do you make the same points even after hearing the response to them?
I haven't heard his response. He just says I'm not being lobbied, but he doesn't.
J3Q, thank you so much for the $50 on Super Chat. Who says I love listening to you. Well worth every cent. Keep up your amazing work. Let's go, J3Q. Show some love to J3Q down below in the comment section for the That's insane. For the $50. Go ahead. I'm sorry for cutting you off.
No, it's just.
Faith, thank you for the $5. Devin with a 3. Brittany with a 5. Shakira with a 5. Ashley with a 5. Saying, help, I'm getting scammed. Kiara, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Says, scam us Morning. And Lori! Oh my God! Lori with the $200 on Venmo. Jesus fuck! That is Lori. Lori. Lori with the $200. And Peter with $100. Oh my God! Lori with a $200 says the orange man is the only president I know that has threatened our politicians to be hung. Also, I donate out of free will and appreciate your opinions from Miss Lori. Thank you for the $200. That is fucking nuts. Thank you so much. And Peter with $100 who says the jealousy from Chris is so obvious. Ray Charles could see it. I appreciate you so much for the $100, Peter. That is crazy. And Erica with the $20 who says if I sent $500, would you do an entire debate in your Trump voice? Probably. Probably. Appreciate you for the $20. And seriously, thank you so much, Peter and Lori. That is like insane, you guys. Seriously, thank you guys so much for the $200, the $100. That is like fucking nuts. That is absolutely like insane. Thank you both so very, very, very much. Thank you. As well as over on PayPal. Thank you for the $50. Lori, who says $1 for all the times you and this Parker guy haven't conceded to this fucking guy. I appreciate you for the $50, Lori. Thank you so much, Lori. That is so incredibly kind of you. Then Daring, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube saying, don't pray me, bro. You're being financially exploited. $20. You're a victim of a scam. Get scammed, buddy. Low IQ. Thank you for the $20. Then Darren with the $20 as well. Thank you so much for the love, Darren. I really appreciate all of you guys. Please, thank you. Please show some love to our scam victims, guys. Down below in that chat, show some love to our scam victims right now. Like, seriously, I really appreciate you guys so much for letting me scam you. And then Britta, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. W scam. And then Maria with a $10 as well. He says, new investor here. Don't tell Chris. Oh, now he knows. You've been scammed, kid.
Dude, even the people in your Discord chat know you're a fucking grifter, dude. Get the fuck out of here. They hate you.
So people in my Discord agree with you, therefore you're right?
Oh, a lot of them do. Like, all the leftists hate you, dude.
Are you a leftist?
Oh, mom's already actually doing.
Oh, his mom walked in on him. Oh, Chris.
My sister, buddy.
Oh, mom, sister, husband, wife.
Yeah,
cousin.
I'm not allowed to have a family.
I don't know. Hey, appreciate you for that star map. Thank you so much for the love.
You mute yourself so I can talk for a second?
Damn, she's fed up with your ass. All right, guys, should we move on to the next guest? This guy is kind of annoying.
Like I asked you to.
Oh, damn, that don't sound like your sister. Yo, she was telling you what to do.
That is my sister.
She said you need to do something, then you muted your mic. Damn, bro, I don't know. She's talking to you like the way a mom would.
Yeah.
Hey, Chris, do you know what this silly little button does?
All right, buddy, you're a fucking lobbyer. Like, you're getting lobbied.
So this button,
it's sad.
So you know what this button does?
You've conceded to me before, buddy.
Okay. This button makes you clean your room.
It's okay.
Like your mommy told you to. You need to go clean your room, Chris. All right, we're going to move on to the next guest right now, guys. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Let's try to get an actual debate going on here. Holy cow. One second.
Okay,
What's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
07.
You're a Trump supporter?
Absolutely, I am.
Okay, 1 second. Holy shit. The boss plays. Thank you so much for the $100 over on YouTube Super Chat. Holy fuck, dude. I want to see 1,000 The Boss Plays down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for your kindness. The Boss Plays with $100 says, look, if Dean is the #1 TikTok grifter, what is Trump when he intentionally crashed the stock markets and made the big, beautiful bill? Yo, this man is cooking. Okay, first and foremost, thank you so much for the $100. That is seriously fucking insane. I really appreciate you so much for the kindness, dude. So very much. But we're not even done because Kyla... Thank you so much for the $250 on Venmo. Fucking hell, you guys. Kyla with the $250 says, oh no, I'm being scammed. Kyla, let me tell you. Same thing I said to the boss. Same thing I say to all of you motherfuckers. Thank you for your generosity. I will never take it for granted. I genuinely appreciate you. I want to see nothing but W to bosses and W Kylas in that chat for the next 10 minutes. I sincerely, genuinely, really appreciate you guys for the kindness. As well as Cody, thank you for the $50 on Venmo, who says to tell Chris to... I'm not even going to read that. Cody, I really do appreciate you for the $50.
I think
your
that's
message,
enough.
I'm almost done. Your message just went like a little bit too hard for TikTok guidelines, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to read it out on live. But thank you for the $50, Cody. Show some love to the boss. Show some love to Kyla. Show some love to Cody. Thank you guys. As well as Synthesis. Thank you so much for another $20 over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Synthesis. And Robert with a $20 too. Thank you so much, Synthesis and Robert. Robert was just telling me to kick Chris. We got him out of here. Thank you for the love. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for the love. Like fucking hell. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and pass the mic off to the guest at this point.
Listen, you guys do not have to donate him all this money. Go feed your children. Go feed your kids.
Okay.
You do not need to. You don't need to give them all that money.
If you want the donations to slow down, don't talk about them, because the thing is, when you talk about the donations, when you get upset with the donations, we're like, wow, I hate that he's getting donations. It causes more people to donate more. So if
Listen,
you
the thing
want
is,
the
Dean, you
donations
have
to
a
stop-
strategy. I know so much about you that nobody else knows. Okay,
Listen.
I know so much about that you try to keep a secret.
Dude,
You're.
I'm sharing
Okay.
right now. I'm sharing the strategy with you to make the donations slow down, so we could just focus on the debate. That would be to stop talking about them.
Okay, sure. But do you guys want to know a secret? That little quote unquote anxiety pen that Dean always hits, that's his like superpower for debating Trump supporters like me. It helps him and it like boosts his like brain or whatever.
You're
It
troll?
helps him debate and it makes it easier for him to speak on live.
Is this like a
And
troll?
Parker, is this a what?
This is a troll.
Am I cooking you? Are you scared?
I'm asking if you're a troll.
I'm not a troll, Dean.
So you're being serious? You think, girl? This is
It's
just,
it's literally a drug.
it's just Miami Mint.
A EpiPen?
No, I said Miami Mint.
Dean, you're lying. And I hate that you get on this live in front of thousands of people and you try to shit on Charlie Kirk. He's a dead man. You have no room to be speaking on a dead man.
No, man, I don't shit on him. I love him. We love
You
Charlie
always do.
No, we
and
love.
your supporters, they
No,
always
no,
shit on
listen.
you too. I hate that.
Listen.
I hate that about you. I actually hate that about you.
No.
And listen, Dean.
Emma,
No, Dean. Dean, I don't even want to hear it. You're shitting on it.
We're not shitting on him.
I swear, dude.
Emma.
Bro, I swear. Listen,
Emma.
Bro, no.
This ain't a porta potty at Country Jam. No, man, we're not shitting on him. We are Charlie Kirk.
You're even mocking a Southern accent. You're not even real. Like everything about you is just pretentious and fake. You get on this fucking stream.
Why are they all whiters? Everybody today so whiny. Holy shit.
I'm whiny?
Yes. You are so
whiny.
whiny.
I'm not whiny. I'm addressing the real issues. All of you guys talk to focus on this fake shit that really nobody cares about.
Parker, is she
But
whiny?
then you turn around and you make fun of a man who got shot in the neck just for expressing what he believes in. When is that okay?
Parker, is she whiny?
I don't care what Parker thinks. I don't even know, but fuck you too, Parker. Y'all are both.
I think she's trolling.
You guys are both fake pretentious. Y'all are making fun of a man who got shot in the neck in front of 2 kids. That is not okay.
So
Parker, you were there. You said you were there. You know what happened, and you guys go on here and you start trolling and making fun of a man who got shot in the fucking neck. He was bleeding out and he dropped to the floor. He got to get taken out by a fucking ambulance.
Okay, so one moment. Parker, you said that she's trolling? I don't know. 50-50.
The fact that y'all think I'm trolling, that's the issue.
Yeah.
I'm talking about a man who got shot in the fucking neck.
No, listen.
He got shot by a
Listen to me.
Listen,
we don't troll about Charlie Kirk here. We don't do it. We don't do it. We don't. You saw me cry on live over Charlie Kirk passing. You think I would allow that?
you were crying the day he died because you were. It's not that you were worried about Kirk. You were worried about yourself because you're selfish and you're fake.
So you think I would allow that in my life?
And now you're muting me, okay? This is the fucking issue. You never let anybody speak. You make fun of dead people.
No, that's actually a mod named Sedan. Hey, Sedan, I hope that you're doing well. It's been a moment since we've chatted. So, do you just want to get on to why you support Trump as president? This is embarrassing.
I need a second.
Okay, that's fine.
I need a second.
Whatever you need to do to just calm down. Are you crying? Fuck. What's going on? I think I should stop laughing.
Oh my god. Have you ever seen the uncensored video of Charlie being shot?
Can we stop talking about Charlie Kirk? Okay? Listen, if the whole Charlie thing is making you cry, just stop thinking about it. Let's stop talking about it.
It's not even that. It's the fact that you go on live in front of all these people that hate this man and then you start making fun of it.
Oh my god.
That's the problem.
You're performative, Maxine. You're performative, Maxine.
I hate you. I actually hate you.
Oh my god.
I hate you so much.
Oh my god. Hey.
I hate you.
Hey, listen, on a real note, just
wait till it's you and then we start making fun of you. Just wait till it's you and your fans, all your supporters, they're gonna see how it feels.
You just sold yourself out. Yeah, you don't get to go from pretending to cry
No.
over Charlie Kirk being assassinated
I don't care what you have to
saying that if I was publicly assassinated, you'd make jokes about it.
I didn't say that I would make jokes. I said wait till it's you. I said wait till it's you and there's people on my side making fun of you. I said wait till you guys are gonna see how it feels. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, I actually wouldn't know what it'd feel like to get made fun of if I was dead, because I'd be dead. I just be, you know.
I don't think if that would happen that people would say that they are Dean Withers and that there would be a national holiday that might be made about Dean.
Yeah,
if there was a national holiday made about Kirk, I would fully support that. And I think y'all should support that too, because I don't think it's okay that anyone should get assassinated for. I don't think they should.
So we should,
bro, you're crazy. You're insane.
So we should make a national holiday for all of the victims that have died because of Donald Trump's abortion bans, right? We should make a national holiday for the Democratic representatives that were murdered in cold blood by a Republican in Minnesota, right? We should make a national holiday for every Palestinian that was killed by a bomb funded for by the American taxpayer, right? We should make a national holiday for everybody dying in Sudan right now at the hand of militants funded by the UAE, backed and financially supported by the USA, right? We should make a national holiday for all of them too, correct? No.
I think if no.
No, right. So it's just selective moral outrage. And listen,
It's not selective.
I'm gonna be.
You're acting like it's
just-
not an issue, but it is a really, really big issue.
I'm also gonna add this on, right? Like when we're like making jokes about the big Kirk, at least for me,
The big Kirk?
at least for me, just one second. It's not even like about his assassination. Like I'm not gonna lie, everybody saw my reaction to that. I'm not good with the gore. Like that video freaks me out. Like it really does. I can't stomach it. Like even like the audio of it would like I don't know. I'm not good with gore, right? But like what like I will like joke about is like the song that was made about him that is completely decoupled and separated right from his assassination. Like that deserves to be made fun of. Okay, like the
Dean Withers.
That's exactly where
we are Dean Withers. We are Dean Withers.
You're not Dean Withers. We will never be Dean.
We are Dean Withers. We are
Dean isn't
Dean
even
Withers.
Christian. Dean
We
isn't
are
even
Dean
Christian.
Withers.
You're not
We
Christian.
are Dean Withers.
You can't sing, fucking loser. You can't sing, so stop trying to.
I'm
Okay?
sick. I am
And you
sick
see
right
these
now.
comments. Okay, I don't care. Even if you weren't sick, you still wouldn't be able to sing. And you see these type of comments that people are leaving in your.
Pokemon song all the time, and I think the chat really likes it. Okay.
I don't care. I don't care. The comments people are leaving on your TikTok too. Someone user 329 said, "I'm bleeding out on my pad. Can I have a holiday too?" No, you fucking can't, because you're not the one who got shot in the neck in front of 2,000 people. And now, okay. I'm gonna go. Can you hold on? This is the man that you guys support. He's laughing on a fucking TikTok stream because I'm talking about him. And
No,
not.
he's hitting the anxiety pen.
No, why are you always trying? You're not his puppy. You're not his dog, Parker. You have free will. Okay.
I know.
You
and
have
that's what
free
I
will.
Yeah, and I decided to do that with my free will.
Okay, well, you should do other things with your free will, not that. You don't have to be parked up. Whatever. I don't even care. Whatever your name is, you don't have to be his little puppy.
That no one ever was. To catch them is my real test.
Bro, y'all are both insane.
Cause
You guys are both.
gotta catch 'em all. It's you and me. I know it's my destiny. I'll teach you and you teach me. Pokemon.
Can you stop?
Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. Sorry, I just had to use my free roll quick.
You sound terrible. You sound absolutely terrible. This is.
I have a question. On a real note, do you have a therapist?
Do I have a therapist?
Yes. Yes, you have a therapist.
Are you being serious?
Yes, I am.
Under.
Emily, do you want? I'm gonna drop you now. Okay.
You're rude. I hate you. I hate Parker. I just want to end with that. I hate both of you.
Emmy,
You're sick,
I've
you're making fun of me for addressing
I
real
am pretty
issues.
sick right now, but Emmy, I've seen you in my guest box before, and I know that you're trolling.
I've never been on your live, Parker. I would never want to speak to someone as gross as you.
This same profile picture has been in my guest box before, and you've trolled on my live before. I know that for a fact.
Are you making this up?
Why did you go? Wait. So I mean, I think that there's like two options here. So I'm not convinced that she's a troll. I'm definitely convinced.
I'm not talking about Kirk with you anymore because every time I mention.
Pipe down. So I'm not convinced that she's a troll. I'm kind of convinced that like she is like faking those tears though. like big performance. We just kicked Emmy. What the fuck?
I'm almost certain I've seen her in my guest box before, like trolling.
Okay.
So like, it's the name and the profile picture
Okay.
together.
All right, I'll take your word for it. I mean, we got her out of here. What is going on today? Dude, what is going on, motherfucker? Like, why? Why are we getting like the most crazy people ever? And like, realistically, when are we gonna get off Kirk, man? Like, I hope nobody takes that as like disrespectful. Okay, it's not supposed to be disrespectful, but like, come on, like, can we talk about like the people dying because they're losing access to healthcare because either the big beautiful bill disqualifies them or the lack of an extension to the ACA subsidies are increasing their premiums by 300%. You know, like for every breath that is spent mulling over what has already been mulled over by nearly every single politically engaged person on the internet for the last month and a half, 2 months, 11 weeks, over 2 months straight, is crazy. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, I don't. Just love you guys.
Okay.
Thank
Well, I
you.
appreciate you for coming up, man. We are just looking to talk to some Trump supporters, so we are going to move on to the next guest right now. Only up instead of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that does indeed support Donald J. Trump as president. Here we go. Next guest is loading up right now, guys. Just make sure that you're following those rules. We got Chad connecting. I also got a couple of people to thank. Nina, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying, what the fuck is that? Emily, thank you so much for the $14 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. Emily, I'm going to keep your message to myself. Just know that that's fucking crazy. Please be safe. Thank you for the $14. Show some love to Emily. And Lauren with the $15 on Venmo says, and the Oscar for the best performance tears goes to. Appreciate you for the love, Lauren. Rami with the $25 on Venmo. Thank you, Rami, who literally just says, shut up, Emmy. Appreciate you for that love, Rami. Show some love to Rami in that chat. And Alexander, thank you for the $30. Let's get through it. Alexander W's, who says, keep fighting the good fight. Your memory and debate skills are what we need right now. Oh, Alexander, I appreciate you for being here. I'm happy that you like this stream, and I'm happy that you think that we're doing something good here. Thank you for the $30. Madison, thank you for the $10 on Venmo towards my next anxiety pin. Oh, I completely forgot about that first bit when she was like, the anxiety pin has things in it, right? To like make me smarter, think faster. Yeah, definitely a troll. Definitely a troll. Appreciate you for the $10. And then Ashley with the $20 who says I could donate to Dean and feed my kids. Yeah, that's like the whole, oh, you like waffles, so therefore you don't like pancakes thing. Thank you so much for the $20. Seriously, I really do appreciate you for that kindness. Then Crystal with the $10 who says, Dean, this is a troll. She comes up here all the time and you always fall for it. Fuck. Okay, maybe I just like find her convincing. Sorry, guys. My apologies. Thank you for the $10. Shannon with the $10 who says, my kids, my dogs, and my cat are all fed. Let's fucking go, Shannon. Appreciate you for that 10. And Britta, thank you for the $10 as well, saying, I've learned a lot from you. Keep clocking them. Thank you, Britta. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for your kindness. Sincerely. As well as Addie, that is ADDY. Thank you for the $20 who says, I just popped in and what was that? Anyways, happy to be back. Well, happy to have you back, Addie. No fucking clue what that was. Matthew with the $20 who says, for real fucker for saying, quote unquote, wait till it's you. None of us are wanting him or anything to get shot. Fuck that. Yeah, hopefully it's never me, right? We could only hope. Thank you for the $20, Matthew. Heather, thank you for the 5. Faith, thank you for the 10. And Madeline, thank you for the 5. Over on Super Chat, Coral, thank you so much for the $20. The fact that she's pulling a quote unquote, and trying to force those tears for a guy whose salary less than is insane. Yeah, appreciate you for the $20, Carol. Sorry, Coral. And New Blue Eyes, thank you for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, New Blue Eyes. Shit, thank you so much. New Blue Eyes with the $50 says it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Trump cult snowflakes are everywhere. Oh my God. Yeah, no, Christmas came early. And then Coral with the $50 too. What the fuck is going on? Coral with the $50 says, no kids to feed. That's why I have this extra money to donate. Ah, dude. Coral. Yeah, I mean, listen, man. Kids are expensive. I think I saw a study that said that they cost over $1 million from, the ages of 1 to 18 for the average American family. That is so much fucking money for all the parents out there. Just know that I commend you guys. You guys are doing great. And then one last one here. Brawl, thank you so much for the $50 too on Super Chat. Who says, no kids, girl. Thank you for reminding me that I have a shit ton of cash in my pocket. Well, Brawl, thank you so much for the $50. Coral, thank you for the $50. And of course, Coral with another 20. You guys are awesome. Show some love to all of our donors down below in that chat. And then one last one here. I promise this is the last one. Catherine, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Who says, my Trump supporting coworker always talks politics. What should I say say to them to convince them to debate you? Just tell them that Dean wants to talk to you, like personally. Say that you talk to Dean and Dean wants to talk to you. We're talking right now, Catherine. Tell him I want to have a chat. It'll be kind. We'll be patient. No disrespect. Just a good political conversation. Thank you for the $25. Chad, what's going on? Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Are you driving?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, are you driving though?
No, sir.
Okay, can you disconnect any Bluetooth
No, I'm
device?
not driving. I'm in a car, though.
Can you disconnect your phone from Bluetooth?
Yeah, I can. Give me 1 second.
Okay. People in the...
Can you hear me now, Dean?
Ooh, that's pretty bad.
Oh, shit. Let me get the Bluetooth.
I know that I had you wait for a while, man. Okay, he's disconnecting something else from Bluetooth here. We'll give him one last shot.
Be good. I should be good.
Okay, yeah, real quick. Can you just have your driver say hey?
Hey.
Can you guys talk at the same time?
Come on, Dean. Let's just have a conversation. God damn it.
Chad.
Come on, man.
You were very patient. Listen, how far away from...
I am patient.
Is it?
I'll pull over.
If you could pull over, we'll have a chat.
Yeah. Give me 5. Give me literally 30 seconds. If you want to be honest, give me 30 seconds.
Okay, I'm gonna put you on mute. Unmute yourself when you pulled over. Don't even talk to me until you pulled over. All right, let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here. I mean, he said 30 seconds, so maybe we could just wait for a moment. So in the meantime, guys, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen on TikTok. Drop a like on that stream over on YouTube if you haven't already. Liking the stream really helps it push out across that algorithm once the VOD is recorded and the stream is over. So make sure to do that. Parker, how you feeling? All right.
10 seconds.
Okay, just said 10 seconds. Well, I don't know if Parker's feeling it well. No. Okay.
I'm kind of struggling, to be honest with you. I might be able to do like an hour or two tonight. I don't know how long I'll be able to go.
Dude, be kind to yourself. Be kind, man. Be very kind. It's hard, Parker. And it'll only get worse if you're not kind to yourself. I really learned that when I was sick this last time around. My girlfriend told me, Dean, don't go live today. You're only going to make it worse. And I said, if you're right, I'll take you out for dinner, but I'm still going to go live. And then she ended up being right. It made it worse, but I did take her out to dinner for it. I think the important lesson learned there is just to not push yourself too hard. All right, Chad.
I'm ready.
Do we got you on the mic?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I got two people to thank. I'm going to pass you the mic and you can tell us why you're MAGA.
No
First
problem,
person
no
to thank you.
problem.
This literally just came in. Emily, thank you so much for the 70 Canadian dollars over on Super Chat. Holy shit, Emily. Thank you. Show some love to Emily down below in that chat for the $70. Let's get 700. Emily W's. Emily says, hey, Dean, I got my main TikTok account hacked today and I can't access it now. Any thoughts on how I could get it back? Ooh, that is a hard one. Once your account is hacked, it is near impossible to get back because of how terrible TikTok's customer service is. Send an email to their inquiry inbox, open a ticket on your second account and ask them if there's anything that can be done. If there is, they'll tell you. If there's not, unfortunately, you get a restart. Percy, thank you so much for the $20 as well for on YouTube Super Chat, who says, can you shout out my son Colton? Love these lives. Oh, appreciate you for being here, Percy. And yes, Colton, shout out to you. Percy, shout out to your son Colton. Thank you guys for being here. All right, Chad, mic is yours. Tell us why you still support this terrible, tyrannical predator president, Mr. Trump.
Hey, can I do my thank yous real quick as well? Thank you, everybody who's gifted me. Thank you for all the flowers, the follows. Thank you. Thanks for being patient, Parker and Dean. So let's get to the chase. I support Donald Trump because he's the president of the United States of America. We are obligated to support our leader of this country. No. And with all due respect, on all seriousness, I respect how we are. You not might like this, but the ICE and trying to get citizens to come into the country illegally, and taking out the illegal or undocumented citizens. I don't know how you want to label them, because this education system belongs to American United States citizen children. You just said it yourself. It costs nearly $1 million to raise a child until the age of 18 in America, and we need to fund our system to feed our lunch money for our kids here in America. When we have three jobs to make ends meet, and we have other undocumented citizens reaping off our benefits. And that's just one aspect. We could continue on, but I don't know if you want to address that first.
Okay, so yeah, well, I'll address that, and then I want to ask you a question. So first and foremost, if you care about our children and ensuring that families have the adequate amount of funding in order to properly raise them, you should have voted for Kamala Harris because of her proposed increases in the child tax credit to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 from the ages of 2 to 5, and then $3,000 from the ages 6 to 17. Not to mention, the only party that supports free school student lunches is the left. The people that have been attacking said ideology have been the right. And then my final zinger here is that undocumented immigrants pay $100 billion per year in taxes, don't qualify for a single federal social safety net, and only qualify for limited benefits in 10 of our 50 states. So in fact, right, undocumented immigrants help subsidize the benefits that citizens receive. So you should be thanking them, not giving them the middle finger. Now, the question that I have for you, I actually just want to ask you about one of your reposts. So, chat spamming, look at his reposts. I'm looking at them. So, like, 4 out of the 7 of them are, like, good. Like, talking about the genocide in Gaza. I appreciate you for raising awareness about that. But then your third repost, I'm just very confused about it. I was hoping that maybe you could explain it to us.
I don't remember it.
All right, I'll show it to you.
Oh, okay. I can explain that to you.
What does that mean?
So if you see the IDF soldiers on the top, that was them celebrating. They're having a good time before they went into Gaza. And on the bottom right, you'll see them like training rehabilitation center. They were like making troll TikToks of them being in the IDF, and that's how they came home after going into Gaza. They thought it was like fun and games to commit a G-side, and when they came back from Gaza, does that make sense?
Oh, okay. So like this is like a video.
Yeah, that's like the before and after.
So this is like a video of like the IDF soldiers like filming like a TikTok before they went into Gaza, and then these are like videos of them in like rehab after they like both lost a limb.
Yes. I support Palestine. I don't respect Israel, and I don't have any remorse for any IDF soldier. But I'm just gonna keep it at that. I celebrate it. I celebrate their unaliving, to be honest with you, but we don't have to go there if you don't want to.
Well, if you want to respond to the reasons that I gave you to refute your original claim about how you think that undocumented immigrants are draining our social safety nets, feel free. I mean, for right now, I guess let's just keep the conversation in context of Trump.
Okay. Well, these systems, we have a lot of Title IX schools going on here. America, I don't know the exact details. You heard me get out of my car right now. I don't have a computer in front of you to give it all the stats. But you said if Kamala Harris, you should have voted her, and you spoke really fast, but you said about how they could subsidize the education system, something around there.
Well, I mean, I just said that it's the left who supports, right, social safety nets for like children in school, like free school student lunches. It's a left who supports like increasing the child tax credit to ensure that we could reduce childhood poverty. It's a left who supports like Title IX, the federal Department of Education, which not only helps enforce, not Title IX. It's the left who helps like enforce, right? I read a chat and I said Title IX, my bad. It's a left who helps enforce, the federal Department of Education to help subsidize, right, schools in like red states that are underfunded because in red states they collect a lower amount of property tax to ensure that children across this country can have an equal access to the same level of education. And it's the right who's now attacking, right, the federal Department of Education, which will defund these schools, increasing local taxes and giving children worse education. It's the right who does not support lowering taxes on the middle and low class. It's the right who ran on lower increases in the child tax credit. And it's the right who's been attacking ideas such as funding free school student lunches. So if you truly care about our students, if you truly care about our children, and you truly care about the family and making it more affordable to start one, then you should truly care about all the harm that Donald Trump is doing to those virtues right now.
Okay. Well, I agree with you there. Okay. But there's still other aspects with the left that I don't agree with.
Yeah, well, we're just
Like,
asking you like why you agree with Trump.
yeah. Well, I understand. Well, Donald Trump, well, with this taking out these undocumented citizens, it gives more space for American citizens who are paying correctly and who enter the country legally. For example, like hospitals, we have to pay for insurance to be. In my opinion, is our healthcare system is completely trash, is corrupted, and these undocumented citizens, they come to these hospitals, they rack up medical bills, and who's left to pay it off?
Well, I'll tell you. So every single year, Medicaid expenses $16 billion approximately for all uninsured individuals seeking emergency care in emergency rooms. That's going to include undocumented immigrants and citizens. Undocumented immigrants pay over $100 billion per year in taxes, meaning that even if every single dollar expensed by Medicaid for uninsured people in emergency rooms was pointed towards undocumented immigrants, we would still be in the green $84 billion per year.
Well, how? Go ahead. I was going to ask you, how can we tell how much they paid if they're undocumented? How do we know?
Well, because undocumented just means that you lack the documentation required to like demonstrate residency or citizenship, but they could be documented in many other ways. Like, for instance, individual taxpayer identification numbers.
Okay. Well, I just don't think it's fair to the people who, it just kind of sounds like
it's not fair to the people to increase government revenue and expedite GDP growth. I think that only helps the people. Why is it unfair to the people if it only benefits them?
Well, because Dean, you're a smart motherfucker. But listen, man, I could you break it down? You speak really fast, man. Yeah, I just got off work, so please take it easy on me.
Yeah.
So
at the end of the day, all that I'm saying here is that like seemingly like undocumented immigrants, right, make America greater. Like, I'm not gonna lie, right? This whole time we've been talking about this notion that you think we spend all this money on them. It's not really true. They can't claim a single federal benefit, limited benefits in 10 states. Meanwhile, if they work, they have to pay taxes, pay $100 billion per year, meaning that if they weren't here, our government would actually have less money to spend on those social safety nets, since we'd lose the $100 billion per year that they input into government revenue, plus like all of the government revenue and GDP growth that they propagate indirectly by working these jobs, generating profit for their employers, then spending their money in the market. I mean, they add trillions of dollars to our GDP every year. Like, that's huge. They are a huge benefit to the American economy.
Well, wouldn't you agree from just a logistical standpoint, physically wise, the amount of population in America? Have you ever been to an emergency room, how flooded it is?
I've actually gone to an emergency room 3 times in the last year. And my local ones I've never waited longer than 10 minutes. Maybe I'm just lucky.
You're very lucky, because I wait for hours. I took my son the other night. They said he had a COVID or something, or some type of COVID-related disease. I had to wait hours for my son. And my question is to you, I guess, is just from a logistical population standpoint, wouldn't you think that having documented citizens in the country in hospitals versus undocumented citizens, that space of the undocumented citizens could save the lives of the documented citizens?
Yeah, well, point number 1, I don't think that somebody's life is inherently more valuable because they have or don't have documentation. And then point number 2, just referencing back, maybe the reason why my wait times are so low is I live in a very small town, but the population here is older, so there's actually like great healthcare providers. We have like 2 massive hospitals to serve a town of like less than 100,000 people. So I get super easy and quick treatment when needed. Maybe that's why. But anyways, then point number 3 here is I'd argue, well, maybe if you think that it would create a logistical crunch, right, to have undocumented immigrants always going to the emergency room once they're experiencing a health emergency, maybe the better idea would be to give them a pathway to residency or citizenship so they can be covered by preventative health care, either by their employer or if they're low income, Medicaid, if they're old, Medicare, so they could then seek preventative health care to prevent those emergencies to reduce the wait times in the hospitals.
Well, why is it our responsibility to cater an undocumented immigrant when we can use these funds to provide for the documented citizens?
Because, matter of fact, if we were to offer them that pathway to residency or citizenship, not only would it reduce the wait time in emergency rooms, catering not just to the undocumented immigrants, but also to the citizens, but it also catered to the country as a whole, including the citizens in many other ways, because we'd also see an increase in real median wages due to the fact that now we'd see millions of people having a larger level of purchasing power. GDP growth would be expedited. Our workforce would function better. More people would pay more in taxes, since undocumented immigrants would be more incentivized to work over the table, since now they'd be able to claim benefits. And I just think it'd benefit our country as a whole. It just also so happened to fix this issue of maybe a slight downward pressure on wait times in emergency rooms, considering the fact that the only place an undocumented immigrant can go, given the fact that they are experiencing a health emergency, would be the emergency room, and they can't prevent the health emergency since they can't access Medicaid, Medicare, so on and so forth to get that annual physical, right?
So, okay, I was going to ask you a question, if that's okay.
Yeah.
So what's
and by the way, we'll also if we were to keep undocumented immigrants in this country and offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship, you understand that we'd also have a lot more potential staffers for hospitals, right? We'd have a lot more employees, a lot more potential employees, a lot more potential individuals interested in going into medicine, right? Working at those ERs. So I think it actually better equipped us with better resources to, build more hospitals, to service more people, to ensure that wait times are lower.
So what's the whole point of having a legalized system to come to the country? From my understanding, you're calling just to have an open border. What's the difference of having a legalized pathway, legalized way to enter the country versus not? Well, what's the point if?
A call for mass amnesty isn't a call for an open border, because I still think that we should have a border, and I just think that we should make the legal means of entry into this country better. But it's rather just a call for the most appropriate solution to the problem, right? There is a problem that exists because there's millions of undocumented immigrants in America. I'd say that problem for the most part lies in their exploitation for labor, right? They're exploited by American industries and they're paid lower wages because this threat of being deported is kind of hung over their head. Plus, if they don't have a job, they can't access social safety nets. So they really need a job. So they're more willing to accept lower wages. And as far as I'm concerned, there's three possible different ways to move forward. The first possible way to move forward is to ignore that problem and do nothing. The second possible way to move forward is to address that problem through mass deportation. And the third possible way to move forward is to give them amnesty and make them residents or make them citizens. Now, obviously, I bet we could agree that just ignoring the problem and doing nothing, that's a bad solution. Okay, let's just discard that. So then it falls down to a comparison between the efficacy of mass deportation and the efficacy of mass amnesty. I'd say that mass deportation is a really bad solution because we have all the human rights violations that come along with it, like the illegal removal of Rodrigo Garcia, the deportations with no due process, the racial stereotyping of people on the streets with ICE agents detaining them because their skin's brown, blackbacking college students, ICE agents not having to identify themselves, people posing as ICE agents and kidnapping women. We also have a lot of economic problems, right? We'd lose $1.1 through $1.7 trillion in GDP contributions per year. We'd lose $100 billion in taxable revenue per year. We'd lose the $2 trillion that we'd have to expense on their operation over the course of the next 10 years. We'd destabilize our industries. We'd reduce wages. We'd increase poverty. We'd increase crime, right? Really bad outcome there. Now, that third solution, mass amnesty, GDP growth goes up because they'd be able to garner higher wages, meaning they'd be able to buy more from American industries. Taxable revenue goes up because they'd be more likely to work over the table since now they can claim benefits. I'd say that's a pretty good place to start. And then we'd also forgo all of the cons created by mass deportation and forgo all of the cons created by ignoring the problem altogether, like the continued exploitation of their labor, right? That is why we should do mass amnesty.
Would you be against the wall?
I wouldn't be against a wall if we could first ensure that the legal means of entry into this country were up to par, right? If we can make the legal means of entry into this country as fast and attainable as possible for everybody that doesn't have violent felonies on their records, pretty crazy non-violent crimes, outstanding warrants from other countries, I wouldn't be against a wall if it meant the support from the right. I'm not really sure that the wall would do much in that circumstance, but if it means that people on the right would be willing to hop on board with amnesty, then why not?
Why isn't Trump building the wall right now?
I have to look into that. I don't know, to be honest with you.
Because really, he's only done 3% new wall and like 22% refurbishment of the wall. So if that's the case, then why would you say that like he actually even cares about building the wall himself? Plus, he undermined the bipartisan border bill, which literally would have given funding to build more of the wall than he did under his entire administration.
Right. Like that's something the Democrats were willing to compromise on under Biden. They're like, hey, yeah, let's build more of this wall if it means that we could hire more judges to expedite the legal claims of immigration and asylum into America. Then Donald Trump was like, fucking kill this bill because it's too good and it'll make me lose the election.
Okay. Well, I guess another reason why I voted for Trump was because on the Democratic side, we didn't really have an option to an elected Democratic candidate. We were kind of forced to have Kamala as the representative of the Democrat. Am I correct?
So, I mean, you were forced to have a candidate that was voted for by the people in 2020 as a vice president with the assumption that she'd step up if Biden were to ever step down, and accepted by over 50% of the delegates at the DNC and was infinitely better than her opponent, Trump. I mean, maybe not like the most preferable set of conditions. Maybe I wish Biden dropped out like a year before he did, so then we could have an open primary, but still definitely better option than Trump.
I mean, look at the economy though. I know we don't want to talk about Biden, but under the administration, inflation, interest rate it significantly increased during those 4 years.
Because of the pandemic.
What caused that?
Yeah, go ahead, Parker. I'm gonna give you the mic.
Yeah, what did he do to cause that?
He gave hand-me-outs to all the everybody.
No, actually, the Trump administration signed off on over $4 trillion more debt-related spending than the Biden-Harris administration. And since he's got in office, he signed off on more debt-related spending than what Biden did under his entire administration signed into law.
I mean, all I know is that COVID had a lot to do with pumping the economy, and then but Joe Biden, man, I don't know. The price of houses, interest rates doubled.
That's global inflation because of the economic supply chain issues that existed around the world, which limited our ability to create enough supply in order to meet the level of demand that existed.
Man, can we do this? I'm gonna bring some notes. I'm gonna get prepared. And tomorrow, if that's possible, I come up and I want to talk about the right to the abortion. This whole subject, if that's okay.
Yeah, and then maybe something else we could go over is how you're obviously pro-Palestinian, yet Donald Trump has called himself the most pro-Israel president we've ever had.
We can talk about that. Well, he's the only leader around the whole entire world who's gotten somewhat of a halt of the amount of bombs being dropped in Gaza. I mean,
I truly believe that you care about Gaza, and I also truly believe that you've fallen victim to very legitimately harmful political propaganda. So if you want to talk, I usually don't have people up more than once. I usually don't have people up more than once. I'll happily have you up for a second time tomorrow to go over that.
No problem. I'm gonna be more prepared.
Wait. Actually, one last thing. Are you flat earther?
Flat earther? Nah, I believe the world is it's a round world. I believe in science.
Oh, I don't know why people are spamming that in the chat. Okay.
No, I'm not. Thanks for having me, Dean Parker. Yeah. I wish no.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Chad. Yo, dude. Hey, super duper quickly. Harold, thank you so much for the $100 super chat over on YouTube. Thank you so much, bro. Harold with $100 says, PayPal's blocking me. This is Harold. I watched Parker on Jubilee debate Jordan Peterson. There's so much to say on that someday. Do you have something similar I could watch? Have either of you ever been in the center circle? I have, Harold, actually, quite frankly. If you go on YouTube and you look up one woke teen versus 20 MAGA conservatives, I think is the title, something like that, you'll be presented with like an hour-and-a-half video of me flaming 25 Trump supporters from the center of the circle. I really appreciate you for the $100. Show some love to Harold down below. As well as Nate, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love, Nate. Show some love to Nate down below in that comment section. Good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you for the $50. Nate says, I think what's great is that you don't react, you respond. Well, I mean, I don't always think it's wrong to be reactive to the shit that some of these people say, right? When they're like denying rape, denying sexual exploitation, arguing that evil is the great. It's okay to be reactive. I think that we should be reactive. I've just become like psychologically like desensitized to it a little bit, to the extent where I'm not as reactive because I already gave my reaction 500 times before and now I'm tired. You know? Like so that's the honest reason why maybe when people say crazy shit, you know, I don't really get bold and inflamed much anymore, and I just kind of give a direct response, is because I'm just tired, man. I hear the same shit and it tires me out. Soul, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, who says daily bread for Chef Withers. Your boy Soul. So good to see you, my friend. God, I love this Soul guy. He's so cool. Thank you so much, Nate and Soul. Casey, thank you for the $5. Joseph, I appreciate you so much for the $8, who says debating MAGA drains me. You're doing the Lord's work. Well, I appreciate you for being here, Joseph, and I get that. It is very draining. Over on PayPal, let me see if I have a couple people to thank here. Harold, thank you for the $20, who says that this has been blocked twice. But then you just asked the same question you did over on PayPal. Yeah, it does have like a little weird symbol on it, but I'm sure it'll go through at some point. Thank you so much for the love, Harold. And Addie, thank you for the $20. Let's get 200 Addie W's, who says, Dean, please for an edit. What's your and Parker's favorite color? Well, I mean, mine's forest green. What about you, Parker?
I'd probably just go with blue.
Good solid blue. Fire. Khalid, appreciate you for the $2 over on PayPal. Millie, thank you for the 5. John with the 5. Miguel with the 5. Thank you guys so much for the love. At this point in time, we are like pretty much at 4 hours. Not to mention, I didn't say anything about it, but we got a FYP restriction on TikTok like forever ago at this point.
Restriction, dude. That's horrible.
Dude, I've gotten like 1 billion today. I don't know. It is what it is. Whatever. I mean, you know, it is what it is. I'm still happy that we're able to have some debates, have some dialogue. Man, honestly, I was feeling like so tired today. I didn't like, it took me a while to even like start the stream, dude. Like I literally went to the gym this morning and I sat in my car in the parking lot and then I drove home in defeat because I just couldn't bring myself to go work out. But now I got to. Now I gotta. So after I get off live, I'm gonna go try to hit a pump, you know? Gotta be able to rely on discipline when you have no motivation.
Good luck with that. I definitely wouldn't have the energy to do something like that right now. That'd be crazy.
Yeah, man. Well, how are you feeling? And how are you expecting to feel? Because you said that you got this from your girlfriend. So, I mean, you probably saw what it was like for her. Like, I mean, is this like a pretty bad sickness that you're expecting to get worse in the next couple days?
I really hope not, because I don't like taking time off, but we'll see. It wasn't that bad for my girlfriend. It only lasted a few days for her, but you know, it goes back and forth sometimes. Like last time she got sick, I didn't even get sick. The time before that, she wasn't sick very much, and then I got really sick. So I do remember that.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is probably true for you too. I feel like we probably both have semi-compromised immune systems since we never go outside. Like, I don't know.
My girlfriend's working at schools now because she's a substitute teacher, so it's like,
oh yeah, you're in for it.
I'm getting everything because you know I'm gonna be next to her, and then like she's around kids and
damn,
you know,
dude, you are in for it. Wow, yeah, oh yeah. There's gonna be a curve here for you. There's gonna be an immuno curve.
Yeah, hopefully I can develop an immune system that responds to it, but we'll see.
Yeah. Well, are you planning to go live?
Yeah, I'll probably go live right now. I don't know how long I'll be live though.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you want to go live off of your computer, we'll just shoot your raid simultaneously.
I'll go do that right now.
What account are you going to be on?
Parker Get a Real Job on TikTok, the same one I'm on right here, and then on YouTube, the same as Parker Get a Job as always.
Okay. All right. Well, Parker, appreciate you for coming up today. I hope you feel better soon, and I'll shoot you a raid.
Good seeing you.
Good seeing you.
Thank you, man.
Peace out.
Peace out.
All right, for everybody watching, today was an interesting one. Like, holy shit. It was so interesting. I mean, I think that we got about 1 billion live restrictions. Dude, that Steven guy was crazy. I'm going to be thinking about Steven for a while. Okay, who is here for that? I don't know. Is like the turnaround rate like pretty short for the live? Like most people in here, I'm guessing that you weren't even here for Steven since that was a while ago. Okay, a couple of you guys were. Steven was nuts. Oh, and that first lady that we talked to, Now, I don't know if there's going to be many people in here that watch the first debate of the day, because that would mean that you've been watching for 4 hours. But if you have been watching for 4 hours, the first lady we talked to was crazy. And that's kind of my fault, because before I went live, I went out of my way to go find like a Trump supporters live, and I invited the host in, and that was her. I didn't know that she'd be so far gone. But I mean, hopefully I'm going to actually continue to do that. Like every day before I go live, I'm actually going to go reach out and find Trump supporters hosting their own lives and invite them to come on my stream as a first guest. Because that's definitely been interesting. It's also like a really easy way to prevent the trolls. You know what I mean? Like forever, we'd start our live and it would take 30 minutes to get the first Trump supporter loaded up in, because it would just be trolls after trolls after trolls. But today and yesterday, it's been start live, off rip, hop into the debates, because like I already had promised like 2 or 3 Trump supporters that I spoke to on a panel in front of like 10 people prior that they could come up here and have a conversation. So it's a pretty good workaround to just ensure that we start off the day with a bang. But crazy day. I'm going to go ahead and hop off. I'm going to go try to hit the gym. I need some motivation. I'm going to go slam an energy drink. It's 7:35 p.m. over here in Colorado. I'm going to be bouncing off the walls until 3 a.m. if I do that. But guess what? You got to do what you got to do. So peace and love, everyone. If you are still in the mood for some debates, head over to @ParkerGetARealJob on TikTok. Don't know how long he's going to be on for, but he'll be doing some debates for a while. If you're on YouTube, it's a little bit more simple than that. It's just @ParkerGetAJob as always. He's going to be live on both platforms. But see y'all tomorrow. Bye, guys. Oh.